What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Thursday, April 16, 2026, and we are here at the north side of Polderbaan, being used for arrivals. A bit late, that is because I had company. Officer Rudolph also came over to have a little chat with me. He is back on his way to work, and I made a mistake with the pinned comment. I said 6 747s underway. One of them already landed as I was setting up. I miscalculated, so that's only 5. I hope you guys are not going to be too disappointed. Only 5 measly Boeing 747s underway, plus the orange flight, plus the A380. Yeah, it's happening on Thursdays these days. So this is the next airplane. The wind is blowing from the west. We have crabbing airplanes crabbing into our direction. And the sun is shining. We had a bit of cloudiness this morning, but things are opening up. As you can see, this is looking to the north, looking to the east, looking to the south, and looking to the west. Lovely weather. Should get warm as well. A very good morning to everybody who's joined. Marja, goedenavond. Wolfgang, good morning. Jinsico, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Sander, goedemorgen, kerel. Babbers, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Leroy, goedemorgen. Treinspotter, Hengelo, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. Hope you're doing well. Lovely day here today. And a nice stream to boot. EasyJet, first arrival here today. A320 Neorio. The firefighters already did their round quite early. Only arrived here, began setting up, and they already passed by. Little wobbly. Patrick, goedemorgen. John, good morning. Jaap, goedemorgen. Pierre, goedemorgen. Henk, goedemorgen. Honda, goedemorgen. Justin, goedemorgen. Marian, goedemorgen. And there is Officer Rudolph continuing his patrol round. So yeah, next up, United. Where did I... Here it is. Bit further. There we go. United flight 968, arriving from San Francisco. 777-200 9 hours and 43 minutes on the way. The November 78005. It's 27 years old. First flight November 1998. Eddie, goedemorgen. Han, goedemorgen, kerel. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Finlay, goedemorgen. Martin, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. Nielsje, goedemorgen. Dion, goedemorgen. Adrian, good morning. Welcome one and all. Let's see. We will have a little break between this airplane and the next, which will give me some time to show you flight radar and the 747s and other airplanes of interest underway. No, this isn't arriving from Washington, I think. This is San Francisco. San Francisco. Hey Jackie, goedemorgen. Graham, good morning. Anyway, goedemorgen. Right. Let's have a quick look at flight radar to see what is all arriving today. Quite an interesting show we have for you guys today. The next 747 arriving is going to be Saudia, which is already in the vicinity of Lelystad. Should be here a couple of minutes from now. Saudia flight 933 arriving from Jeddah in the vicinity of, well, of Wolfgang actually. We have, well, not exactly, yeah, well, relatively. We have Cargolux arriving from Nairobi. Should be here at around 11:01. Makes it a potential candidate for the center runway, since it will be arriving right at the time it usually opens. Orange Pride expected around noon. Cargolux arriving 1:01. Atlas Air arriving 1:46. Atlas Air arriving 2:26. Emirates A380 1:50. That makes it a candidate for the center runway. We should still see it quite well from over here. Transavia Retro to Lanarka, arriving there in 13 minutes, an hour turnaround time, and then the flight back, which has lasted 3.5 hours. Not sure if we're going to see the Retro Transavia. Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see. For now, we'll start seeing the Saudia as number 2 or 3, depending on if the Embraer 190 arriving from the west is going to be here first. Not sure, hard to estimate from here. Maybe the narrow body will be first, maybe not. We'll see. Plenty expected for today, so if you don't have to be anywhere, sit back and relax and enjoy the show, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying the show already. The windsock over there, pretty excited, and rightly so, with the lineup for today. Stefan, goedemorgen. Stefan Tudor. QJ, goedemorgen. Roy Ramden, goedemorgen. Peter PV, goedemorgen. Carol in the World, good morning. Mr. Blue Sky, good morning. Mr. F, good morning. Around 30 kilometers, so you were able to see it if the sky was clear. Clear skies we have here as well, so that means that contrails are visible. That looks like it might be a C-17. Now, there is a Saudia 747 approaching Purmerend. Normally speaking, I would orient the camera towards the scale of chimney smoke, and we would sometimes be able to see the airplane. From here, I find it a bit more challenging to gauge where exactly the scale of chimney smoke is. It's probably somewhere behind those trees. So I am thinking that somewhere over there, not far above the trees, in a few minutes from now, we ought to see the Saudia 747, since visibility is pretty good. But we'll see. Closer to the glide slope should be SAS turning in. SAS flight 1553. No, that was a seagull or something. Ah, wait, it's already lined up on the glide slope. Where did I see it? Ah, there. It's still approaching. Yeah, I'm not as used to this location yet with respect to orientation in the sky as I would have been at the place more to the south. Joey Pitt, good morning. And Captain Jerry, good morning. Captain Jerry Donnelly, what are you doing, Jerome? Just coming in with a bang, 10 gifted memberships. That is stupendously generous. You really did not have to do that, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity. I hope that everybody who just received a gifted membership from Captain Jerry will say thanks to him and enjoy the custom emojis. The 34 now at your disposal for a month. Have fun with them, use them, get creative with them. And don't forget to say thanks to Captain Jerry. Incredibly generous. Another 10 gifted memberships. You really didn't have to do that, mate. After last week, I already said that's more than enough for now. Of course, I cannot control you guys, but you really didn't have to do that, Jerry. Good morning to you. Hope all is well, and a big thanks. Well, he is going on off on the rest of his trip on May 5th. You mean the train ride through the States that you haven't visited yet? Or which one was that? In the meantime, good morning to everybody who joined. Adri, Fabian, Ramon, Reese, good morning. Welcome one and all. I'm still looking right of the glide slope to see if I can spot the contours of the Saudi 747 that is approaching. It shouldn't be too far out anymore. Really ought to be visible if you know where you need to look. Not seeing it. Let's focus on what we can see best. First up, SAS flight 1553 arriving from Stockholm. Koen, goedemorgen. Ties, goedemorgen. The Embraer 190 arriving from London City did make it first to the glide slope. It will be followed by the 747 and also by a 787-10 arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. So I think, well, only now do I see the 747. So that was over there. How high? Right, so need to look really only just above the height of the lanterns. Saudi flight 933 is over there. Arriving from the other side should be a 787-10, KLM flight 741, arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. To what extent are we able to see it? Find it a bit hard to find it. So in the foreground we have KLM flight 980 arriving from London City. Behind us, behind that, coming to us is Saudi flight 933, the first 747 of the show. Arriving from Jeddah with Jeddah Nights. Looking forward to seeing Paul today. Hopefully he'll pop up in the chat. I also saw that he now has a new 3-year membership badge. I think Marissa is going to be next. Sander has to go. Werkse kerel. See you later. See you later. Romeo, goedemorgen. And greetings back. Mrs. Professor, good morning. Welcome back. And perfect timing. The first 747 will be landing next. Hey, Graham back. And now as a member. Congratulations, Graham. Have fun with the custom emojis. The membership courtesy of Captain Jerry. Hey, Gary Grebe is also here. Have a look. Well, he was here. He's still here, but in spirit, physically underwater. Fern Sebastian, good morning. Herzlich willkommen. Slight crab in the 747, and behind it should be a 787-10 arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. This is Saudi flight 933. 747-400 arriving from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. The 9HAKF, 9 Hakaf. 31 years old already, ladies and gentlemen. Let that sink in. This airplane already flying around since late 1994. I was still in elementary school. No, wait, I think I'd gone to the first year of middle school. Brugklas, as we call it in Dutch. What were you doing in 1994? Wiggle, wiggle. Wow! Wow! What a landing that was! Morning, Michael, Al Mustafa, Jador, JP Kraus, good morning. Thanks for the voting advice, Captain Jerry. Vote for smokestack and windmill emojis. Oh, come on. No mingling in democratic processes here in the Netherlands, mate. Kevo, good morning, mate. Adrian, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Inimini, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show on all. What a landing that was. I hope this will be only the beginning. Let's see what else is in store. KLM Flight 741, arriving from Cartagena. KLM Flight 741, 787-10, arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. That's of course right next to Ecuador! Can you see that there is a little bit of crosswind today? Alright, that one made a good landing. Next up, KLM Flight 592, arriving from Johannesburg, and that is in South Africa. It's a 777-300, 10 hours and 42 minutes underway, 11 years old, the PHBVN, Bravo, Victor, November. First flight was in February 2015. Next after this, EasyJet A320neo, arriving from Copenhagen. And next after that, it looks to be a 777 freighter from Suparna, arriving from Nanjing in China. Rien, goedemorgen. Rien is tuning in from Romania. Good morning. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It will help the channel grow and bring in more people on Thursdays like these. Very eventful. Few 747s coming to Schiphol on Thursdays lately, making them even more interesting than weekend days. Overhead outbound traffic. I think that's a 737. Looking on flight radar, there are 3 wide bodies that will arrive here after the EasyJet by the looks of it. Suparna first, and then I see 2 wide bodies arriving off the Gulf of Yorkshire from the west. Screw you, Marcus. Right, EasyJet up next. Friendly clouds in the sky. Also at the horizon you can see the forming of low clouds. We should have a relatively sunny day, more in the west than land inward. I think as the crow flies we're around 10 miles land inward from the coast, maybe a bit more. This is EasyJet flight 27938 arrival from Copenhagen. It's an A320 Neo, flight time 1 hour and 7 minutes. The OELSM, 3 years old. Suparna up next, 777 freighter arrival from Nanjing in China. Let me get my bearings in. That's the tree I need to keep in mind. There it is. Suparna Airlines flight 87919. It's a 777 freighter, 10 hours and 53 minutes on the way. The Bravo 227 uniform. A brand new airplane, had its first flight in September 2025. And next after that, we are going to get Air Canada flight 808, Delta Airlines flight 162, Dreamliners and A330s respectively, or Dreamliner and A330 respectively. BA City Flyer, regular BA, KLM arriving from New York. A nice mix of wide bodies and narrow bodies. If I'm not mistaken, the next 747 should be arriving from the east at around 11. That's one of the 2 airplanes that might get away from us today. The Emirates A380 is expected between 1 and 2 o'clock, and normally speaking, we have 2 runways open for arrivals by then. On a day like today, that's probably going to be the center runway. Might also become runway 27 depending on the wind speed. But I'm counting on center. Still, the Zook bus did not update, hadn't updated yet when I looked this morning. If it's going to runway 27 the A380, then of course we're not going to see it as well. If it's going to land on the center runway, we shouldn't have a problem whatsoever. Good morning to Jas and to Rome as well. Doing well, Jas. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. Lovely weather as you can see, and a great lineup today for the show. What more could a person wish for? It's not that cold actually. Suparna arriving from Nanjing in China. Oh, Jerome, what are you doing? We're not even voting for emojis yet, mate. already giving voting advice. I would also vote for 777. Join and vote. We're not even holding emoji elections, mate. First, you guys need to vote on whether or not to change any emojis, and then we're going to have to decide which emojis to replace and what to replace them with. Hey, maybe a bonus queen would join. Expected departure 11:45 at Paris. Well, in that case, it should be here in the scope of the show. Whew. So 6 queens after all. Okay, the pinned comment was still correct. Excellent. Yeah, we're waiting for Air Canada now to turn in. In the meantime, here is a garbage pickup truck that we have in the Netherlands. We also have some people at the approach lights over there. Schiphol guys. And agricultural activity. Here, is this airside? Yes, I think it is. They're now also working here on the barrier. So basically what they did over here last year, renewing all this, is what they're now doing over there with the excavators and whatnot. See that my tripod has shifted a little bit and that we are no longer exactly level. Let me quickly fix that. There we go. Should be okay again. Kasper, goedemorgen. Jerome says here in the USA we start campaigning one day after elections. Over here we do the same. It's almost always campaign time here in the Netherlands. If you listen to interviews with politicians, it's like they're continuously on campaign these days. No elections in the Netherlands for at least another year or so, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Peter Flight Devil, good morning. John Logan, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. If you only joined us just now, you missed the arrival of the first 747 already, and it was quite a wobbly one. Obviously, will be featured in the highlights video of today, but that's definitely one to look back. There are 5 747s underway already, and we might get a bonus one from Paris later today, beginning of the afternoon. It should be taking off at the end of the morning. Flight time to Schiphol from Paris is usually around 45 minutes. Next up is Air Canada, flight 808. It is a 7878 Dreamliner, and behind it is going to be Delta Airlines flight 162, turning in from the left, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota, A380 Neo. And this is not a new place, Ramon. I've been here before, last Saturday, to be honest. And but before then, it has been a long time since I was here for the last time, October 2023. And I honestly don't know why I've stayed away for such a long time, because look at this. It is a lovely spot, crabbing wide bodies coming our way. And you can also see the landing from behind, which in the case of the 747 was quite spectacular to see. Air Canada flight 808 up next, arriving from Toronto. 6 hours and 25 minutes underway. The Charlie Golf Hotel Quebec Yankee. So it has Quebec, it also has Yankee in it. So which one is it? Is it American or is it Canadian? 11 years old, first flight January 2015. It's in the bank rubber livery. It's coming to take our money. Delta Airlines behind it. A330 Neo, right from Minneapolis. Good spot indeed. I also enjoy it out here, Ramon. Absolutely agree. reversers. Next up, we're going to get Delta Airlines Flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. After that, an Embraer 190 and an A320 from BA City Flyer and BA respectively, arriving from London City and London Heathrow. And after that, KLM Flight 644, 78710, arriving from New York, JFK. This is Delta Airlines Flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 20 minutes underway. First flight September 2019 and November 404, Delta X-Ray. Oh, T94 van from Schiphol, temporarily blocking our view. Hey there, David Wolf. Goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Do you have a cold, David Wolf? Hope you'll get better soon. Good morning, Jen Dorsek. Good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show. Everybody else who may have joined, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Quite a few 747s on the way, as you guys can see in the pinned message. The A380 is underway, as is the KLM Orange Pride. The first 747 already touched down here, and what a landing that was. Quite spectacular to see. The next 747 arriving here should be here around 11, if I'm not mistaken. May go to the center runway, but with a little bit of luck, it will make up a few minutes and maybe land on Polderbaan. Aloetje, goedemorgen. Matt, goedemorgen. And David Wolf is celebrating half a year of membership. And a good reason to tune in. Absolutely it is. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, David Wolf. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If that's not the case, do let me know what you think needs to be improved and I'll get on it and see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. Hope you stick around for many more months to come, if not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. Congratulations and thank you, David Wolf. BA City Flyer arriving from London City. What else? Thus far, it looks like the 747 was the only one struggling with wind more than average. Hey, 3 units expected. 3 KLM A350s expected in 2026. That is nice. And Rick Meester also back in the chat. Lurker warning. I thought you already used your 36-month membership anniversary message, but I guess you didn't. Congratulations once again, Rick Meester. Good to see you again, mate. Hope things are well on your end, Rick. Woutopia, goedemorgen. More membership anniversaries. Now Mrs. Professor is going at it. 31 months of membership. Another month has passed already, question mark? Well, apparently so. 31 months already. It was like yesterday when it was still 30 months. Still remember that membership anniversary a couple of weeks back. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Mrs. Professor. Always a pleasure to have you in our chat, and it's good to have you back after the daylight savings time has been initiated in both our countries. Hope you'll stick around for many more months to come. And if anything in the lounge is amiss, do let me know and I'll get on it. This is KLM flight 644, arriving from New York, JFK. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner. So big picture overview, it is lovely weather. We have a breeze today, mostly from the southwest. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the west. Looks all clear over there. A few high clouds and some low clouds at the horizon land inward to the east, and this is looking to the north. Two airplanes on the glide slope. And the third one should be approaching in the background from the right at some point. Not sure if we're going to get all three in one shot. As you can see, the airplanes are crabbing a little. KM Malta up first. KM Malta flight 394, arrived from Malta. It's an A320neo. A319 behind it, Croatia Airlines. Plane guy, good morning. Jonesy boy, good morning. Gerrit, goedemorgen. And slowly but surely, you're right, Jerry. The chat is filling with orange pride colors. The other day, Yorkshire biker or Paul also got one of those badges. Hopefully, he'll pop in today so that we can congratulate him on it. And next after Paul is going to be Marissa, if I'm not mistaken. And after that, I think Han. And Roy. Adilise, goedemorgen. Good to see ya. Croatia Airlines, A319, arriving from Zagreb. Behind it, at the 8 o'clock, is KLM flight 1772. And further back, we should have a 777-300 turning in. Struggling a bit to find those. Maybe they're still behind the trees. For those of you joining us later, you may have missed the landing of the first 747 of the show. That was quite a spectacular one. The 747 was really struggling with wind. Thus far, the only airplane that was struggling so much, actually. Hey Floris, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Floris says that it looks like the A380 is being routed over Italy today, maybe coming in from the west. Hey, that would be really nice. If it were to be coming in via the west, it would make for a Polderbaan landing. Of course, due to the time of arrival, it is going to probably land on the secondary runway otherwise. I'm not sure yet which will be the secondary runway for arrivals today. We'll know in half an hour or so from now. I suspect it probably will be the center runway, but it might also turn out to be 27. Although I don't think that the wind is that westerly and that fierce for runway 27 to be opened in favor of runway 18C. You never know. Hey Maxime, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. And we are here at the north side of the Polderbaan with 747s galore today. One already landed. 4 more underway and a 5th, in other words a 6th in total, might be arriving later. A bonus queen from Paris. Senor Rodriguez, top of the morning. Evan is also back. Good to see you, mate. Hope you've been well. Have a look. It is wide bodies now back to back on the glide slope with in the foreground KLM Flight 598, which is arriving from Cape Town in South Africa. And on the left we have Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, coming in next after that. That's an A330neo. It was not too bad, Rick. It was not too bad. Not parked at the parking lot of the Spottersplatz, but here in the north. It is still a bit longer of a walk than when you go from the Polderbaan parking lot to north of the excrement bridge, which is over there. But it's not as long as a walk to, for instance, the roundabout on the other side of the Polderbaan. Maybe 10 minutes, 15. Good exercise, cardio, free cardio. Delta Airlines Flight 74, crabbing. Arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, A330 Neo. 7 hours and 48 minutes on the way, 6 years old, first flight November 2019. Don't forget, guys, if you are enjoying the show, leave a like if you haven't already. It will help the channel grow and bring in more people on Thursdays. Eventful Thursdays like these. Crab Fest 2026. Hey Leen, goedemorgen. And you're absolutely right, Jerry, you walked it with a walker. The distance from the parking lot to the excrement bridge. Right there, that's where we met. Absolutely lovely day that was. So yeah, they're still renewing the the border of the canal on the Schiphol side, and they're now doing it on the other side of the runway. A familiar sight with those poles as well. I think we can see them laying around over there. Yep. So that's the spikes that they'll drive into the ground here after finishing on reinforcing the canal, the dike. KLM A321neo flight 1002 arriving from London Heathrow. Next after that, KLM flight 1930 arriving from Geneva, an E2 Embraer 195. And after that, ITA. Sì, certo. Right. Chat seems to be a bit quiet today. Are you guys all still waking up, or is it so quiet? Now we have 500 people watching. Okay. The chat not being as chatty as they can be. E2 Embraer 195 is coming. ITA A320neo is coming next after that. 737 arriving from Copenhagen next after that. Tarom 737 next after that. And, well, it's 737s galore for the time being. Quite a few of them. Let's see. Emirates flight 145 is arriving from Dubai. It's 10:35. That's probably still coming this way, isn't it? Whistle, whistle. Just looking and listening, says yes. Stranger, good morning. Joey Pitt, good morning. Bas, goedemorgen. Martin, goedemorgen kerel. Speechless because of the excellent camera work. It could be better. It could be better. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. The first ITA of the show. Always lovely, these airplanes. ITA flight 120 arriving from Milan. And this is an A320neo. In the meantime, a membership anniversary by Jen Drosek. Jen Drosek SIP. Member for 30 months already. May, thank you so much for your ongoing support as a member. It's always a pleasure to have you in our chat, but even more so when we meet quite regularly in real life along one of the many runways of Schiphol. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. It's always a pleasure to have you in our midst, physically or in the chat. And I'm sure you'll keep coming back. If anything in the lounge is amiss, you do let me know, please, and I'll get on it. Hope you'll stick around for many, many more months to come. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. Jendrusik Sip, 30 months a member already, 2.5 years. Congratulations and thank you so much, mate, for all the fun times we've had already. And here's to many more to come. The Dash 8 going out on a coastal patrol. Jammer, goedemorgen. Jammer is aan het werk. He's working. Well, in that case, you are excused. Hey, have a look at a beautiful red Defender. Don't see him in that color that regularly. Caught my eye from the corner of my eye. Hey Abhishek, good morning. Welcome back, buddy. Long time no see indeed. Hope you've been well in the meantime. Vasra Darshane, goedemorgen. And Al-Mustafa asks, who is your first member? Well, it was Captain Jerry, but apparently now it has become Rick Meester. I think the two are only a day apart. I prefer to speak of the two earliest members. Those are Rick and Captain Jerry. Member number 3 is Officer Rudolph. Officer Rudolph was subscriber number 2, mind you. Buddy of mine was the first subscriber even before I went live. And the first subscriber after I first went live was Officer Rudolph. We met right after I was done with my first ever stream. Daarom flight 361 arriving from Bucharest. Seven 800. And thank you so much, Pay Mayer, for your kind words. Respect for all the times you've been standing there. Very fun to watch and listen to your commentary. Gibfish asks if I've ever seen an accident during streaming. Well, define accident. We have seen a couple of bird strikes, one tail strike, and of course a couple of aborted takeoffs and go-arounds, and also diverting airplanes that had to come back. Stefan, thank you so much. Stefan, hit the like button. Hope everybody who is enjoying the show will not forget to do so. It will help greatly to bring in more people and help the channel grow. Axel, goedemorgen. W, goedemorgen, good morning. Runway 27 will open up a secondary runway. That's interesting. Will already be going there. That probably means that they are going to keep open runway 27 for an hour from 10:40 until 11:40 then. Means we'll have to update the ticker. If they're already going to open up runway 27, it means that the 747 arriving from the east is going to go there. Cargo Lux is already arriving here. We'll be there at a moment when 2 runways will be open for arrivals. So that's one getting away from us then. Now, in the meantime, next arrival approaching a KLM Embraer. Gives me time to update the weather report in the ticker and also update runway use and make that to 7 for arrivals a secondary runway. KLM flight 1352 arrived from Prague in the Czech Republic. Malky, good morning, mate. Malky says maybe we can get Rick and Captain Jerry to compete in on an airplane dance-off to decide on who is number one. That is a very good point, mate. We need to invite Jerry over again and have Rick and him compete for a dance competition. Hey, KLM Flight 696 is continuing to runway 27. What is going on here? That's interesting. Are they going to do a runway inspection here on runway 18 right? Temporarily. Leveled, good morning. Henk, goedemorgen. Interesting to see that the KLM A380 arriving from Toronto is also going to the wrong runway. Even though it looks like Air Arabia Maroc is still coming this way, or if it's going to runway 27, it is taking an interesting detour. This is KLM Flight 1404 arriving from Paris, a 737-800. Yes, Captain Jerry will bring his 777 costume. And again, banking left and right. Wind seems to be picking up a little bit at the moment, at least for this 737 arriving from Paris. How will the landing be? 747 we saw earlier made quite a spectacular landing. Was it just a little more windy to the north of us? It seems to be the case. Quite calm and controlled here. KTM Rider, good morning. Martin, good morning, mate. Air Arabia Maroc, what's it going to do? What altitude is it flying on? It's at 1825 feet, so that's coming for Polderbaan. Makes you wonder why they sent the KLM A330 over to runway 27. I am looking around to see if I can spot any any cars on the runway or in the vicinity of the runway that might be indicative of a runway inspection. Doesn't seem to be the case. Let's have a look while we wait on Air Arabia Maroc. Let's have a look and see what the expected runway use has been updated to. Let's see, Zoekbas, the website for the expected runway use. Yeah, there you go. Looking at the expected runway use, we can see that runway 27 is going to be used today for secondary arrivals. And today, the secondary runway will open from 10:40 until approximately 11:40, and then from 1 until 2 o'clock as well. Means that the Emirates A380 is going to go to runway 27, unless, like Flores speculated, it might be coming in via the west today. It doesn't happen regularly. It usually enters the country via the east, and in that case, it's going to go to runway 27. Yeah, so that's a change that they've implemented more recently. It used to be there used to be an arrival peak from 11 until 11:40. It's become an hour, although the secondary rush hour for inbound traffic has stayed the same. We'll see, no matter what. The downside of runway 27 is that we cannot see airplanes landing there as well, of course, as it would be the case if they landed on runway 18C. There's an Emirates A380 landing on runway 27, and this is what you can see from here. Of course, furthest away from the main platform area here than anywhere else on Schiphol. So yeah, it's a contour of a 777. That's Emirates flight 145, arriving from Dubai. In the meantime, over here we have Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Nador in Morocco in the north of Africa. It's the Charlie November Mike Hotel. It's 13 years old. First flight was in May 2012. And another Air Arabia Morocco is following, arriving from Tangier. Hey there, Mervyn, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. The second Air Arabia Morocco is flying at an altitude that tells me it's also coming for the Polderbaan. Wonder if there was a particular reason that the KLM A330 was sent to runway 27 as only airplane arriving from the west. The rest is still coming this way. There's the tree, the glide slope tree. Hey Derek, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Air Arabia Morocco flight 127 arriving from Tangier in Morocco is next, an A320, and the World to Fly Corendon A350 is also approaching. I hope that will be directed to this runway and not go to runway 27. Could you guys have a look on omgevingsinfo to see if it is assigned to the right runway, or are they going to send that to runway 27? Right, so there is an alternative possible between 1 and 2, says W, where the center runway would be the secondary runway for arrivals. Let's hope for that, because then we should be able to see the A380 much better than from here if it goes to runway 27. Nah, it's not that crosswindy, Wolfgang. Don't think we're anywhere near any airplane crosswind limit here today. Where's the A380 going, ladies and gentlemen? Is that coming to Polderbaan, or is it going to go to runway 27 like the A330 was? Don't want to miss out on that. Captain Jerry says, why don't you pack up a video from Rotterdam real quick? I give to you 20 minutes. Mate, 20 minutes is not even enough to pack in everything, you know that. You've seen it. Stop trolling, Jerome. Just enjoy the show. Stop trolling. Air Arabia, Morocco, flight 127 arriving from Tangier in Morocco. An A320, it's going to be followed by number 175 KLM arriving from Southampton. Hey, thanks for the feedback, Gillard, who says that the A350 is going to come to the Polderbaan. That's good news. Looking forward to that. It's turning in. Alright, the A350 is now on the glide slope somewhere. Number 2, behind the KLM City Hopper. Ah yes, now we can see it quite clearly at the 8 o'clock. So in the foreground we have KLM flight 1070 arriving from Southampton and number 175. Richie C, good morning mate, welcome back. Hoedje van Papiro, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show everybody else. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're here at the northern part of the Polderbaan. And quite a few arrivals. 747's underway, the A380 is underway, the Orange Pride is underway. Next after this KLM City Hopper, we're going to get the A350 from World to Fly Corendon. Quite a spectacular 747 landing already happened this morning. With crosswindy conditions, with wind blowing from the west-southwest. And more speculation in the chat by Peter that the A380 might come to the Polderbaan. That would be good news. That would be absolutely fantastic news. I hope you guys are going to be right. I'm counting on it. Ladies and gentlemen, the first A350 of the show, it's Corendon, a World to Fly flight 5990, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. It's 8 hours and 19 minutes on the way. The ECNTB, 3 years old, first flight April 2022. Bottoms up, I'll drink to that. The first A350 of the show. A nice celebratory sip of vodka. Iberia in the background. Iberia A320neo arriving from Madrid. And then Embraer 190 from KLM. Turning in, arriving from London City. Looking to become number 3. Not too bad, not too bad. Just that 747 that was struggling a little with the wind thus far. I apologize, Mervin, who says he needs to go to the loo each time I play. Jerome asks, you mean there is distance, transport, setup, breakdown, distance and driving time involved? Well, only a little bit, only a little bit. I think 20 minutes will not be enough for me to be able to make it, but probably won't need much longer than that. In the background, a departure from the Polderbaan, runway 24, KLM A330. Iberia A320 Neo up next, KLM Embraer 190 next after that. Here they are. Iberia flight 731 arriving from Madrid. It's an A320 Neo. Well, no, it's an A320 Neo. Neos are specifically for EasyJet. 6 years old, first flight July 2019. Chris, good morning, and welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. Now, cargo Lux arrival from Nairobi in Kenya is turning final for runway 27 in the vicinity of Weesp, which is to the southeast of Amsterdam. It should be approaching Schiphol. It should become visible somewhere in the distance over there, though not as well as I had hoped we were going to see. I was betting on center becoming the secondary runway. Unfortunately, that's not the case. This is KLM flight 982, arriving from London City in Embraer 190. Sam, that guy, good morning. Sam is tuning in from Nairobi, which is where the next 747 is arriving from. The Embraer 175 preceding the 747, I can see. That is... Oh, wait, no. There you go. I thought it was the Embraer 175 preceding the Cargo Lux 747, but it is the 747. Right, Queen number 2, unfortunately going to the wrong runway. You bastards.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
KLM Cargo Lux KLM Cargo Lux flight 492 arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, operated by Cargo Lux Italia. 8 hours and 22 minutes on the way. It is a 747-400 freighter. The Lima X-Ray Whiskey Charlie Victor. She's 18 years old, first flight July 2007. What a lovely 18-year-old, eh? I was waiting for that, Lisa. Excuse me. Well, have a look at this 18-year-old. Isn't she lovely? Old enough to vote and to drive. Yeah, and this is where we're going to lose it, unfortunately. Hey there, Annette. Good to see you again. Wrong runway indeed, Annette. If you guys missed the arrival of the first 747 of the show, it landed here and it was quite spectacular to see because it was struggling with wind. Thus far, most airplanes have not been struggling that hard. 747 that landed here struggled hardest. Transavia is arriving here, or is it? I think it is, yeah. It seems to be turning final. We're waiting for it to turn in. In the meantime, we can have a look and have a look at the visualization of the weather. So, bringing up the weather page, the meter, and let's do a refresh for current weather. Verify that you are human. I am. Don't give me the error. Nope. So we have 14 knots of wind blowing from the southwest. That means that for the airplanes that are landing here, they have crosswind from the left and a little bit of headwind. 14 degrees Celsius is the temperature. The wind is blowing between south, southwest and west. We have a few clouds at 2,100 feet. And other than that, lovely weather. Looking on flight radar, the cargo log 747 has landed. The next airplane of interest is going to be the KLM Orange Pride flying over the southwesterly tip of England right now and should be here shortly before noon local time. Cargo logs arriving from the west, arriving around 1 o'clock. We have Atlas Air arriving 1:46. And there's another Atlas Air arriving from Miami, 2:28. Now its estimated time of arrival. We also still have the Emirates A380 flying here over the Mediterranean. That's arriving around 1:37, and some of you guys are speculating that it's going to be arriving this route, which makes it a candidate for the Polderbaan. If it is going to be arriving via Germany via the east, it's going to go to runway 27, because runway 27 is going to be the secondary runway for arrivals between 1 and 2 o'clock. Alright, if you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. Your likes really help to bring in more people in the future and helps the channel grow. This is Transavia flight 5132 arriving from Barcelona in España, 737-800. A bit bumpy. Good morning, Peter K. And good morning to everybody else who may have joined. Emperor 175 up next, arriving from Dublin in Ireland. Sam asks, what's the longest flight you have ever been in? That was Amsterdam to Tokyo Narita. I think that was around 13 hours in a 777-200. What's the longest flight that you've been on, Sam? Ah, there he is. I was already announcing it earlier in the morning. I saw that Paul, our moderator, Yorkshire Biker, also had received the new membership badge, the 3-year badge. And I already said I was hoping you were going to come into the chat to celebrate. Good to see you, Paul, and congratulations on 3 years, buddy. Yorkshire Biker, aka Paul, one of the first moderators, together with Rick Meester and Infinity, and now also a member for 3 years. Incredible. Congratulations. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, not just as a member, but also as a very, very, very valued moderator. Hope that the membership and the modding are both still to your liking, Paul. And if any of the two no longer is, do hit me up. Let me know. If there's one person this channel owes a lot to and who has helped to make it what it is today, it is definitely Mr. Biker. More 3-year members. Slowly but surely, the orange pride colors, as Jerry called it, and the sunset badge, as Wolfgang dubbed it, is going to take over the chat. Less blue and more gradient. So, quite a spectacular 747 landing here this morning. We're awaiting the Orange Pride as next airplane of interest. Should be here within the hour. Wow, John was on the flight from Johannesburg to Atlanta, 16 hours. What airplane type was the flight flown by? Was it an A350? Or Dreamliner long range? This is KLM flight 1042 arriving from Birmingham. Where are the next airplanes? It's quite calm in the sky around Schiphol right now. Quite calm. Lisa is still green with envy of all the blue and gradient members. Green with envy and then blue for asphyxiation? Better stay green then and keep breathing. ER or long range? Right. 777. So runway 27 is now in use as secondary runway for arrivals until approximately 11:40. Means we're halfway through the hour. Polderbaan is still open. We'll receive traffic arriving from the west. The next airplane arriving is probably the Embraer 175 arriving from Norwich. There's also a Transavia flying along the coastline to the northeast, and that's Transavia flight 5672. A few more airplanes are arriving behind these two. KLM flight 604 looks to be the first wide body arriving from the west, still over the Gulf of Yorkshire. Glide's control visibility is relatively good today. Twin jet flying south of me from east to west and a little bit from south to north by the looks of it. Not sure, looks like it might be a Delta A330. Then again, it might also be a Dreamliner. If that's a Dreamliner, it would be Air Canada, but I think it's probably the Delta A330. Now, familiar piles of spikes and excavators. Piles of sand, piles of spikes. It means that they are working on reinforcing the wall of the dike on the side of Schiphol, but on the other side of the runway. What they already did here earlier last year. Big picture overview looking to the east. This is what things look like. So the sky is mostly blue. We have a few cirrus clouds here and there, and every now and there you see here and there you see a small friendly lower cloud, a cumulus cloud. Looking to the south, things look like so. Looking to the west, it looks like so. Again, a few friendly low clouds here. And of course, lastly, looking to the north, where things look like so. So we have a control remnant over here. We have some cirrus clouds over there. And I think these are classified as cumulus clouds. Friendly clouds. They also form around the glide slope. Makes for a nice backdrop. The Emirates 175 is approaching. Coming in, by the looks of it, from the right, from the west, from the east. There it is. Possibly overshot the glide slope a little, or got its vectors a little late. Transavia arriving from Ibiza is turning in the background somewhere. That should make its appearance from the left somewhere. Insofar as we can see it. Brian Andy is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Brian. Hope all is well. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, the north side. We have wind blowing from the west, southwest. Means that the airplanes approaching are crabbing a little. 747s are on the way. The first next airplane of interest to be landing here should be the KLM Orange Pride, the Orange Pride 777-300, the PHBVA, which is returning from Lima in Peru, if I'm not mistaken. 1747 already landed here this morning, and that was quite a spectacular landing. And Paul says, all fine this side. It has been a pleasure to help out any way I can. Well, thank you once again for everything, Paul. It's 11:16, and on paper the secondary runway 27 should stay open until approximately 11:40. Now it's interesting that they have also put those stairs over here, those ramps for birds. One of them is over there. I also see one around the corner on the other side. Only Gary Grebe have I seen in the water this morning, and that was only for a brief second until it dove under. There's another ramp. Looks like this part of the runway area does not have that many birds. Although last time we were here, we did see a few duckies and no grebes. Now the ducks might still be sleeping. They are renowned night owls. This is Transavia flight 5672 arriving from Ibiza, a 737-800. Yeah, sometimes they are struggling with the wind a little bit. Not nearly as much as that 747 did, but Right, the whole slew of narrow bodies is now approaching the Polderbaan. Embraer 175, 737-700s, two back-to-back. Embraer 190, E2 Embraer A380 Neorio. The works. This is KLM flight 1076, arriving from Bristol, and Embraer 175. Arriving from Paris. No, wait, this is the wrong one. That's the next one. This is KLM flight 1076, arriving from Bristol. 51 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Tango. 8 years old. First flight January 2018. KLM flight 1406 up next, arriving from Paris. That's a 737-700, followed by another 737-700 arriving from Glasgow. Two back-to-back 737-700s from KLM. And after that, an Embraer 190 and an E2 Embraer 195. The next wide body of Polderbaan is approaching the coastline. KLM flight 604, arriving from LAX, which looks to become the 5th arrival here. 4 narrow bodies preceding it. KLM flight 936, arriving from Glasgow up next. Flight time 1 hour and 3 minutes. That's around nominal, I think. More narrow bodies approaching over there. Oh, come on, Jerome. Thank you so much for your super chat. This is glide slope heaven. Well, it's definitely not bad. It will be a bit more heavenly when there are more wide bodies on the glide slope, if you ask me. But the visibility today is at least perfect, or relatively perfect. Thank you so much for your super chat there, Jerome. You really did not have to do that, you know that. So KLM flight 604 is going to be the first next wide body arriving here, arriving from LAX. The Orange Pride is also underway. And hey, what is this? Specsavers Aviation is approaching from Nottingham. Beach King Air 350. Let me have a look and see where that is going to... I think it might pass a little south of me over the airport. What's its current altitude? Let's see. The M spell at 6,000 feet. Michael DCA is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Patrick has to go, unfortunately. Thanks for stopping by, Patrick. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again tomorrow. Good morning, Demir. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Michael Walker, good morning. I thought I saw something. No, let me have another look. It's going to be passing me north of me. Ah, there it is. Right. Specsavers Aviation arriving from Nottingham, ladies and gentlemen. What? There they are. No. Not positioned properly. Specsavers Aviation with a Beach King Air 350. E2 Embraer arriving from Edinburgh. Just now passed us by. That is the whistle you were hearing. Michael asks, got a question for you. If I'm crossing the Gulf of Yorkshire on an evening flight, which runway would I expect to land on? Well, it depends on the wind. Assuming we have the mostly prevalent southwesterly wind blowing, you should be expecting to land on Polderbaan, 18 right, the one that we are standing right next to. Since I had to scroll a bit for that to read that chat message, now my chat window is no longer updating. Hey, Delta Airlines flight 136 is continuing. Are they going to... That's another wide body that they are sending off to runway 27. Why are they doing that? You bastards. That's another one getting away from us. EasyJet flight 22515 arriving from London Luton, an A320neo. Let me see if I can fix my chat window, because now it's no longer updating. Delta Airlines is getting away from us. That's the second wide body that they're sending to runway 27 instead of to this runway, which it ordinarily should be sent to. Right. Let's see, got the chat window working again. I think that should have fixed it. Bastards 8 of ATC sending Delta to the wrong runway. This is KLM flight 1704 arriving from Brussels. That's a 737-700. It's your boy Ty says, bro, now we have missed the E2 and Embraer 195 was hyped about seeing that. I am so sorry, Thijs. I am so sorry. In the meantime, I see that Frank is also back in the chat. Good morning, Frank. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're looking at a KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Barcelona. KLM flight 1498. It's 11:30, and if all is well, runway 27 should close again in 10 minutes or so from now. One spectacular 747 landing we already saw here this morning. It was really struggling with the crosswind. Landed properly though. Oh, and KLM flight 604 also going to that runway. What? So all the interesting wide bodies are being sent to runway 27 by the bastards of the air traffic control. They really don't like us, do they? Now, let's see. Where is the KLM Orange Pride? Hopefully it will arrive when runway 27 is closed. KLM flight 744 is arriving at 12 o'clock now, flying over London. Should be coming this way. Emirates A380 is flying over Italy. Where that is going to be landing is still a question. Fingers crossed. People are speculating it might be landing here on the Polderbaan if it is coming into the country from the west. Not sure if that's going to happen. Probably not. This is KLM flight 912 arriving from Aberdeen and Embraer 190. And yes, seriously, Captain Jerry, people fly from Brussels to Amsterdam. Apparently, these airplanes are relatively well filled. High occupancy rate. Jillis, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. It really helps to bring in more people in the future. Maxime says, Atlas Air flying overhead towards Chicago. And where do I need to look? Oh, it has already passed by probably. Already northwest of me. That must be it. Atlas 747. Hey, and the duckies. Splashdown. Hey, and Chris Coot also over there. So they're in the side canal. Okay. That's good to know. That's good to know. KLM Embraer 175 arriving from Humberside up next. Alright. Looks like there is a TUI Dreamliner coming this way. I hope that Runway 27 is going to close pretty soon. KLM Orange Pride should be here in 25 minutes from now. A few more 747s are airborne already, and there might also be a bonus 747 that is expected to leave from Paris at the end of the morning around 11:30 if I recall correctly. Police is coming this way. I'm not sure if that's Rudolf or if it is a colleague in the meantime. Might well be Officer Rudolf. And a quick wave to the lads. Meanwhile, a massive big thanks to Michael Walker 2066 who just now gifted 5 memberships. That is extremely generous, mate. Thank you so much. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Those 5 new members. Have fun with the 34 custom emojis now at your disposal. Don't forget you are eligible to vote. Head over to the community section for members to cast your vote. Do you want new emojis? Do we need to retire old ones or not? I'm also seeing, hey, have a look. Can I show you? The camera's probably just too low. Come on. We have a little duckling over here. And Daisy is here. Yes. Have a look. Daisy and the ducklings. Oh, cuties. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 8. That's 8. Almost an entire soccer squad. Aw. Michael, once again, thank you so much for your generosity. 5 gifted memberships and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 5 new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Michael if you're one of the 5 recipients. And have fun with the custom emojis. Hey Marijke, goedemorgen. Swim, swim, swim. Turbo initiated. Absolutely wonderful. It's like they're all switching between normal mode and turbo mode every now and then. Lovely. AMS live band Daisy and the Ducklings, indeed, Wolfgang. Daisy and the Ducklings, indeed. That was great to see. Here we have TUI flight 757 arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. It's a 7878 Dreamliner. Flight time has been 8 hours and 23 minutes. The Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot Lima. That's an 11-year-old Dreamliner. First flight November 2014. It's 11:37 and pretty soon Runway 27 is going to close and all inbound traffic will once again be coming to the Polderbaan. The next airplane of interest is going to be the KLM Orange Pride, which should be here pretty soon. Mark also back in the chat. Good morning, Mark. Goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Here we were thinking that there were no birds here in the canal on this side, but they are. They're here. And also in the side canal. Goedemorgen, Makut. Hope I pronounced that properly. Welcome to the channel. Good morning, Sarah. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here on the north side of Polderbaan. We just saw Daisy Duck and the 8 ducklings. And the Orange Pride is going to be landing here pretty soon. This morning we already saw one 747 struggling with the crosswind that we are having today. There are more 747s on the way. At least 3 are coming this way. A 4th should be taking off via from Paris pretty soon. The Emirates A380 is also on the way. Whether or not we're going to get the A380 in the show remains to be seen. Runway 27 was secondary runway for arrivals earlier, and the A380 is expected at the time that 2 runways for arrivals are going to be open. Some people speculate that the A380 might be entering the country via the southwest. If that's going to happen, which I don't think I recall ever having witnessed before, it would mean that it's going to the Polderbaan, but I'm counting on it to go to the wrong runway. The Orange Pride is going to be landing here pretty soon. It's crossing the Gulf of Yorkshire as we are speaking. The first 747's landing was quite spectacular. A second 747 went to runway 27 already. There are 3 more underway arriving from the west. Those should be landing here, normally speaking. Don't forget to leave a like if you guys are enjoying the show. That helps greatly to bring in more people in the future. This is number 175 KLM flight 1428, arriving from Lyon. And next after that, Delta Airlines flight 144, arriving from Seattle, Washington. Have a look, Jero is back. Good to see you, mate. Any scan, good morning. Delta Airlines up next, flight 144, arriving from Seattle, Washington. That's an A330neo, and another A330neo arriving from Tampa is turning in the background. Should be the 3rd airplane now to land here. And sandwich in between is number 190 KLM flight 1088, arriving from Cardiff. As a warm-up for the Orange Pride, we have KLM flight 758 arriving from Panama City, approaching the coastline. That's going to follow the second A330neo from Delta. This is Delta Airlines flight 144, arriving from Bill J's hometown of Seattle, Washington. 8 hours 56 minutes on the way. The November 402 Delta X-Ray, 6 years old, first flight May 2019. Kumaru, good morning and welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, everybody else. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory to say hi, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Quite a few people are watching, and together they know quite a lot, so don't be afraid to ask any questions that you might be having. Next up, KLM with number 190 arriving from Cardiff, and at its 8 o'clock there is another A330neo, Delta Airlines flight 236 arriving from Tampa in Florida, and behind it there should be a KLM 777 turning in. There it is, all right. Glide slope shot in the making. Wide body glide slope shot, or at least 2 of the 3. Hey Teun, goedemorgen. Goedemorgen Robert. Welcome one and all. Goldmine tuning in from Almere. Good morning. And welcome guys. The Orange Sprite should be arriving here pretty soon. Indeed, Teun, lovely day today. Bit of wind, but that makes things more enjoyable. The windsock over there. Also enjoying the thing. The wind, not the thing. Good morning, Marcos. Alright, up next, Delta Airlines Flight 236 arriving from Tampa, Florida. A330 Neo, 8 hours and 24 minutes underway. The November 425 Delta X-Ray, 2 years old, first flight October 2023. Hey Jordi, goedemorgen. Lance, good morning. Happy to hear that you saw that first 747 landing. That was an interesting one. The airplane that struggled most with wind thus far. The first 747 of the show. Scholar J, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Long time no see. Hope all is well. This is a KLM 777-300 arriving from Panama City. Flight 758. 9.5 hours underway. It is the Bravo Victor Victor. Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Victor. 5 years old, first flight December 2020. And Fidel Castro in the foreground. Lovely. Hunting for Pinky and the Brian. Bada bing, bada boom. Scholar J has been busy. Nice of you to find time to join us again. On my end, everything is good, Scholar J. Thank you for asking. Celia, goedemorgen. Hey Nigel, good morning. A brief hello, must get some groceries. A little bit of wind is not always good. I get jam tarts. Jam tarts. They sound tasty. There he is again. Fidel Castro hunting in the field that I am standing in. but on the north end. Alright, it's narrow bodies o'clock for the time being, with Embraers for now. No, Embraer 190, A319, Embraer 190, Embraer 175. Where's the Orange Pride? That should also be approaching pretty soon. Oh yeah, still a bit away from the coastline. Meisterschaft Special Livery Embraer 190 German Airways flying on behalf of KLM City Hopper. Camera struggles to focus on him. That's alright, we'll leave him. Leave him for what it is. And continue with the next arrival, which is EasyJet. EasyJet arriving from Lickety Split in Croatia. This is an A319 flight 27908. Is indicating that there is a stratotanker overhead from the west, north or south of me. Right now I'm not seeing any contrails in the vicinity. Only thing contraily is further to the south. That's over there. That does not look like a stratotanker to me. Makes me wonder what altitude it is flying on and if it is producing a contrail or not. Next up is KLM flight 984 arriving from London City, an Embraer 190, and after that an Embraer 175 arriving from Bremen, and after that an A321 Neo arriving from Palermo. Right, the KLM Orange Pride is approaching the coastline. KLM Flight 744 arriving from Lima. Looks like it will follow the 4 narrow bodies that are on the glide slope already or are turning onto the glide slope in a moment. Overhead traffic outbound looks like it is one of the Chinese triples. That certainly is a Chinese triple outbound. This is KLM flight 1762, arriving from Bremen in Germany, Embraer 175. Very nice. Now, the only contrail in my immediate vicinity is a twin jet looking like a narrow body that just passed overhead and is still very close to the zenith. As it moves away from my zenith, slowly but surely the camera can move in on it. Hard to see what carrier it is unless you look on flight radar. Next up, Transavia flight 5230, arriving from Palermo, the south of Italy, Sicily. 2 hours and 33 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Charlie. The airplane a year old, first flight December 2024. What is up, Rodney? Good to see you again, mate. Just in time, the KLM Orange Pride is going to be landing here pretty soon. Next arrival is going to be a KLM Embraer 175 arriving from BHD Belfast in Northern Ireland. Hey Hans, goedemorgen. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from London Heathrow following it. Let's see, is the wind any different right now? An update of the report says still 13 knots of wind. Dag Mieke, goedemorgen. Mr. Peterson, what is up? Good to see you again, mate. And thank you for a great view of my Delta landings. Thank you so much, Mr. Peterson. That is an extremely generous super chat. You really didn't have to use a super chat to get your message across. We all love Deltas here, at least I do. I also love watching them, listening to them. So you can bet your ass I will make sure to bring them in view quite well. Thank you so much for your generosity, Mr. Peterson. I'm happy to oblige. I think we are all enjoying the Deltas over here at Schiphol Airport. I, for one, certainly am. Now, the Orange Pride is going to be arriving here pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. If you need to go to the toilet, be quick. If you need to grab a fresh cup of coffee or tea, be quick. This is KLM Flight 1004 arriving from London Heathrow. It's an E2 Embraer 195 and the Orange Pride will be next after this. So hurry, hurry. I wonder what is up with the last name Peterson and the affinity for Deltas. We also have Bill Peterson, who used to fly Delta A330s, who is also obviously a big fan of the Deltas. Mr. E. Peterson, Bill Peterson, two Petersons who are big fans of Deltas. I wonder if it's in the name. Do we have more people called Peterson who are fans of Delta, I wonder? Right, ladies and gentlemen, sit back and enjoy the next airplane. It's the BVA, the 777-300, arriving from Lima in Peru, which is right next to Ecuador. You all know this airplane as the KLM Orange Pride. Some of you even have die-cast models of it standing in one of your cabinets at home. The Orange Pride has been flying for 11 hours and 24 minutes to get here. It's 18 years old. First flight was in January 2008, same date as the same month as Chucky, the airplane that we used to know as Chucky, the Dupree, started flying. They're both equally old. The Crosswind is still blowing. When the first 747 of the show landed here, it struggled with the wind and it was a very tippy-toey landing. How will the BVA fare? Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have been enjoying the show thus far, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. It helps tremendously to get in more people in the future. The Orange Pride shining in the sunshine. Have a look. Looking quite orangey. Speaking of orange, it's almost King's Day here in the Netherlands as well. April 27. Party hardy. Flapperons are working. Let's bring her in stably and controlled. Well done, pilot flying. Even a wheelie. Because why not? Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That was the PHBVA Orange Pride landing here, arriving from Lima in Peru. Next after this is going to be KLM flight 767, arriving from Bonaire. That's an A330-200. Then Vueling, Hans' favorite. And after that, Delta Airlines flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota by the looks of it. A quick look of flight radar will tell us that the next airplane of interest is now flying west of London. It is a Cargolux 747, expected 12:34. That's going to be the next airplane of interest. A 747 from Cargolux, 12:34. This is KLM flight 767 arriving from Bonaire, an A330-200. 8 hours and 36 minutes on the way. The PHAOB FWAB. She's 20 years old. The first flight was in July 2005. Vueling A320 turning onto the glide slope somewhere in the back. Whether or not we are able to see it, it's hard for me to tell because I have reflections of the sun shining from behind me. That despite having a LCD sun cap, is still causing some reflections. That looked a tad hard from this angle. Just a smidge. Hey, and it seems that we've crossed through 400 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Your likes go a long way to bring in more people in the future and help this channel grow and mature more. Hey, Klaartje, goedemorgen. Good to see ya. Much greetings to Klaartje as well. Hey, check it out. The ducklings have returned, so Daisy should probably also not be too far away. They're wandering off over there, and Daisy and the rest are right there. Michael also back in the chat. Good to see you, Michael. Veronique, goedemiddag. It's just turned afternoon here, shortly after 12 o'clock. Yeah, that's what happens if you go back to auto focus for the duckies. Now we've got the focus set to manual again and to infinity in manual mode. Chris Wilson, good to see you again. Welcome back. This is Hans' favorite Vueling flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona. It's an A320. Mr. Mad About Planes, tuning in all the way from Brisbane. All the way down under, more Aussies and Kiwis in the chat. Let yourself be heard. Well, welcome to the channel, mate. So the next airplane of interest is going to be a Cogelux 747 arriving here at around 12:35, half an hour or so away still. Should be the second 747 landing on this runway. It will be the third in total. A second 747 arrived this morning and landed on runway 27. We could see its contours from here, but only that. The first 747 that landed here on this runway did land spectacularly. Obviously, it will be featured on the highlights, in the highlights video following later today. Peter, thank you so much for your kind words. Peter, aka Durper 1973, super chatting in Dutch. Another top stream, boy. Thank you so much for your appreciative words and for your generosity by super chatting. You really didn't have to use a super chat, Peter. But thank you so much for your kind words and for your donation. I do the best I can. Hope you guys are all enjoying. Don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying the show, if you want to help this channel grow. It's a lovely day here. The wind is blowing. We have a bit of crosswind and wide bodies on arrival. What more could a person wish for? And duckies. This is Delta Airlines Flight 164 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 23 minutes on the way. The November 437 Delta X-Ray will turn 1 in August. It's still less than a year old. Slight bit of reverser use. Big picture overview, we're looking to the south. That's where things look like so. As you can see, the sky is mostly blue. The sun is abundantly shining. Here on lower levels we have cumulus clouds, and higher up the wispy veils of cirrus clouds. Looking then inward to the east, you can see that, well, I think this might qualify as a cloud street, a linear cloud formation in the direction the wind is blowing. Looking towards the Gulf of Yorkshire to the west, things look like so. At the southerly horizon, there's also more milkiness. And lastly, looking to the north, it's mostly low clouds that are forming a backdrop for the glide slope. Next airplane arriving here is NE2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1020 arriving from Leeds. Jinsicle is back. Good to see you again, mate. Hey, Jeff is also back. Good to see Jeff. And Martin is back in the chat, but mostly lurking as he has some work to do on the radio station. Quite a lot of activity here along the runway again. They're working on fortifying the wall of the dike on the other side. The thing that they already did over here earlier last year. Zoom out a little bit more. And you can see a familiar sight that we also saw on this side a year ago. Piles of sand and piles of pikes. Transavia up next. 737. Boom. Little bit of rubber evaporated there. Spreker F11, goedemiddag. Lovely weather indeed, mate. Absolutely right. It's time for Aer Lingus up next. Shamrock, flight 604. Arriving from Dublin, Ireland. It's an A321neo. Hey. Oh no. I thought, was there a bird sitting on the lantern, but that's not the case. Once again, narrow bodies galore for the time being. I'm zooming out to see where the next wide bodies are at, and they are approaching from the west mostly by the looks of it. 777 arriving from Atlanta is over the Gulf of Yorkshire and is making its way over here. So this is Shamrock flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Hey there, B-dubs, good afternoon. And welcome to the channel, mate. Flight time an hour, precisely for the flight between Dublin and Amsterdam. It's a brand new airplane. First flight was in September last year. And it has an Irish registration with the last three letters XLW, X-ray Lima Whiskey. John is back. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Let's see overhead traffic. That also looks like it might be a Chinese wide body, a Chinese triple. Yep, there's another one. Right, KLM flight 1164 up next, arriving from Bergen. And somewhere behind it, arriving from the right, is an A321neo from Transavia. I think that the clouds might be obscuring the airplanes further back on occasion. Transavia A321 arriving from Bari. Up next. There it is. Now, let's see, what's the meter saying? A quick update of the meter in the ticker. Let's have a look. So, I've just updated the weather report in the ticker. It's now showing 9:55, 20 minutes ago. That's the time of the report. The wind is 12 knots, blowing from 250 degrees, so that's southwesterly wind. The wind direction is variable between 200 degrees and 280, south and west, more or less. 9999 means we have 10 plus kilometers of visibility, and there are a few clouds at 3,200 feet. The air temperature is 15 degrees Celsius, roughly 60 F, dew point 7 degrees. That means not a lot of humidity in the air. Big difference between the two numbers. Air pressure 1020 hectopascals, and no significant changes expected in the upcoming 2 hours. We're waiting for the next 747. It's now crossing the Gulf of Yorkshire. It's a cargo Lux 747 arriving from Miami. Here it is. That's the next airplane of interest. We also have the Emirates A380. I suspect it is going to be landing on the secondary runway, whichever that might turn out to be. Probably 27, might also be center. Chances of it coming to the Polderbaan are, in my humble opinion, slim to none, but not zero. This is Transavia flight 5820, arriving from Bari. Whoa, check it out. Nice. So a little bit of correcting shortly before the touchdown. Now there's a BizJet approaching runway 22. On paper, it should be out there somewhere. Standing at the excrement bridge, I usually know where approximately I need to look. And over here it's a bit more difficult. But I also heard an ambulance behind me. That must be on the highway, because it's not right behind me on the provincial road, so to speak, the N205. Or wait, now I am hearing something. There's an ambulance on the highway. I think, well no, there's a big crossing of highways and provincial roads here as well, so it might well take a detour and go somewhere else. Instead of becoming visible where I was looking and pointing the camera to. KLM flight 1774 arriving from Berlin. Still scanning the east of where I'm standing to see if maybe I am able to catch a glimpse of the bizjet that is on final to runway 22. Thus far, no luck seeing it. More luck with things on the glide slope to the Polderbaan. This is Tepper Portugal flight 668 A321neo arriving from Lisbon. Flight time 2 hours and 27 minutes. 4-year-old airplane, first flight July 2021. Nicely done. Hey, that's good news, Famblade. Famblade indicating that the 747 arriving has been assigned to the Polderbaan. Contrail over here, making a turn. Changing heading. Another contrail over there. Looks like a twin jet of sorts. The bizjet in the meantime is going to land on runway 22 any moment now. Was not able to find it, unfortunately. E2 Umbrella 195 arriving from Stuttgart. This is KLM flight 1830. After this, I think KLM flight 622 is going to be the next arrival. E2 Umbrella 195, you can expect the whistle again. A bit more zoomed out, this is what things look like. So, I see a car in the vicinity of the excrement bridge. Let's have a quick look. That's standing on this side, isn't it? Or I think that's on air side, but just standing there. So there's a little side canal here as well. Earlier we saw Chris Coot and a couple of ducks there. Are those ducks? No, I don't think they're ducks. The road that you normally would see in the background comes more towards the runway over here, and the cars that you see in the background all pass by behind me. Over here you can go onto the highway, the A9 highway, either towards Alkmaar or towards Schiphol and Amstelveen. If you turn onto the A9 highway, you'll be on the road in the background where the PostNL, that's the Dutch postal delivery company, is driving. There's also a road here in the foreground. That's the provincial road, and 232 if I recall correctly. And you have Business over there. So on the other side of the runway area, they are working on fortifying the wall of the dike, just like how they did here last year. They're now doing that on the other side. Lucas the chemist is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And welcome to the show, everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are at the north end of the Polderbaan. The sun is shining, the wind is blowing, and a 777 is turning onto the glide slope. 1747 already landed here. The next one should be here in 10 minutes. Another 747 landed on runway 27 earlier in the morning. The Orange Pride landed here earlier. And this is KLM flight 622, which is arriving from Atlanta in Georgia. I agree, Peter, this is absolutely a lovely place to be streaming from every now and again. Which is why I wonder why I didn't come here more regularly. I've been here before a couple of times. Last time, before last Saturday, was October 1st, 2023. I looked it up. Didn't return here since, until last Saturday, and I keep wondering why I didn't come back here. Maybe it is because I thought the walk was too long, or maybe it is because of parking. I'm not sure. Either way, I had no problem finding a parking space here on Saturday, nor this morning. And the walk, well, if you walk from the McDonald's to P3, it's a longer walk. I've done that before. This is a relatively short walk. The only thing that's a bit challenging is when you have a utility cart filled with heavy stuff and you have to walk through this high grass, which is also bumpy. It is a bit more tiresome. But still, got the place to myself and lovely views all over. Menkapul, good afternoon and welcome. Work those flaperons. Very nice. It is a workout of sorts. It's already cardio. The walk from my car to here has been just under 15 minutes. And the last 100 meters through the grass could be considered to be a workout. Not just for me, but for the utility cart as well. Must make sure that all the bolts and nuts and bolts are screwed on tightly. I do that periodically, but going through grassland like this you do run the risk of faster wear or loosening bolts more quickly. We have an A319 up next, ladies and gentlemen. EasyJet flight 27806. And where is the 747? Well, look at flight radar and it is already approaching the Netherlands. Still over the Gulf of Yorkshire, but making its way over. It's 12:28. It means that we still have another half hour of Polderbaan exclusive arrivals. So everything arriving from the east should also be coming this way still. That will change at around 1 o'clock, and question is which will become the secondary runway. Will it become runway 27 again like it was between 10:40 and 11:40, or is it going to change to 18C? If it is going to be the latter, even if the A380 were to go to the secondary runway, which on paper it normally should be directed to, we should be able to see it quite well. If it's going to runway 27, we are still able to catch it, but not nearly as well as would be the case if the airplane were to land on runway 18C. Last time I checked, I was, Jeff. So, fingers crossed. Thanks for the update, Wolfgang. With respect to the bonus queen's departure time, little delay. Not just here at Schiphol, but also at Charles de Gaulle, the cargo airplanes have schedules of their own. Estimated times of departure on departure lists of airports hardly ever are followed. So whenever filming arrivals, I always base the expected traffic on what you can already see airborne. Otherwise, you might be in for disappointment if you base what you can see on what is scheduled when it pertains to cargo 747s and whatnot. Frank wonders if the Dutch royals had McDonald's at the White House. It was typical that the president was receiving a delivery of McDonald's on the day they were there. It's said that their dinner was a bit more sophisticated than McDonald's, but yeah, whether or not that was the case. It makes you wonder if the president receives the food being delivered. If it's not for him or for his guests, then who did he accept it for? Transavia just now landed. It's time for KLM flight 755. That's a Dreamliner, arrived from Guayaquil, and that's a port town in a country called
Ecuador!
Here it is. KLM flight 755, a 7879 Dreamliner. 10 hours and 39 minutes underway. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Golf, which is 9 years old. First flight June 2016. And the cargo lux arriving from Miami, Florida, is approaching the coastline and should be further to the northwest. I'm having a quick glance to the left to see if maybe I'm able to catch something resembling a 747 approaching. The sky is pretty blue. The backdrop should work in our favor, but you need to know where you need to look. Plus, I'm also not sure if the trees that are over there might be in the way or not. I think they could be. Look at the wingtips. Spoilers go up and the wings come down. Yep. Deflex. Two narrow bodies preceding the next 747. So if you need to go to the bathroom, be quick. If you need to grab a fresh cup of coffee or tea, be quick. You still have a few minutes before the next 747 is going to land here on the Polderbaan. The first 747 that landed here this morning landed quite spectacularly. Was really struggling with the wind, and I wonder how the next 747 will fare. Don't forget to leave a like if you guys are enjoying the show. If you haven't done so already, it will help tremendously to bring in more people in the future. Cargo Lux arriving from Miami, Florida, and behind it are two more Cargo Lux 747s, also from Atlas Air. I think the next two will be from Atlas Air, actually. And a bonus 747 is expected to arrive from Paris, although it is expected to leave within half an hour. So it should be here before 2 o'clock. Gaspard, salut! Bienvenue! Perfect timing. This is KLM flight 1354 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Behind it is an Embraer 190 arriving from London City. And then the 747. Bear, good afternoon and welcome to the show. Perfect timing, guys. Sit back and relax. The second airplane to be arriving here. The second 747 of the show. Here it is. Cargo Lux arriving from Miami, Florida. Doesn't have a flight number. It does have a call sign 86 November. And as it is turning final, gear coming out. There it is. Arriving from Miami, Florida, 8 hours and 3 minutes on the way. The Lima X-Ray Lima Charlie Lima. White tip nose. Arriving from Florida. In the 70s and 80s, a lot of people with white noses there in Miami. The airplane we're looking at is 18 years old. Its first flight was in May 2007. Here in the foreground, an Embraer 190 arriving from London City, which you will pick up on the ambient audio. Her Majesty the Queen. Hey Rudolf, ziet er goed uit. Glad you're enjoying the views, mate. How's this one going to do with the landing? Well, much less troublesome than the first 747 this morning. Rudolf is WhatsApping me a picture of him sitting in an office space environment with the 747 that just now landed on his computer screen. I thought you were out and about doing a patrol, but you're back in the office already. Now, more 747s are expected, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar to see where the other airplanes of interest are currently at. We have the Bonus Queen arriving from Paris. That's going to be leaving soon. We have the Emirates A380 in the vicinity of Munich. We have two more 747s arriving from Miami, 1:56 and 2:35, the estimated time of arrival. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, plenty more coming. We are going to see the opening of the secondary runway for arrivals pretty soon. Earlier in the morning it was runway 27. It might reopen. It might also be that 18C will open up a secondary runway. If that's going to be the case, that is good news for us, because then the A380 will probably land on that, and it means we are able to see it quite well from here. Runway 27 is a bit more troublesome. We can still see the A380 once it lands there, if it were to land there, but only more in the distance and more as a contour. Less detail. KLM flight 1614 arriving from Milan, 737. And Martin was just in time, back just in time. Hey there Elwa, hey there Nivlek, good afternoon. Colombia fan says hi. Hi Colombia fan, welcome to the channel. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching and together they know quite a lot. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. It's back to the narrow bodies for the time being. At Schiphol there's always a lot to see. This is flight 263 arriving from Warsaw, 737-800. We are going to get another 737-800 from KLM behind it. Should be on the glide stop in the background somewhere. Lot flight 263 arriving from Warsaw. Already the airplane is looking very polished. Columbia fan says, yo, I'm a big fan. Thank you so much for the kind words, Columbia fan. And Jason Todd says, you are my favorite YouTuber. You are inspiring me to learn Dutch. Mate, be careful what you are striving to learn. Dutch is apparently a difficult language to learn if you're not a native speaker, is what I've been told always. Might be challenging, but feel free to practice. There are many Dutchies in the chat as well, so if you are learning Dutch and you want to practice, feel free to do so. KLM flight 1294 is arriving from Billund next. And on the left at the 8 o'clock is Iceland Air flight 500. Unfortunately, no wide bodies. It's just an A321neo, but at least it's better than just MAX 8s. This is KLM flight 1291 arriving from Billund. Returning from having dropped off all the bills that we have in the Netherlands. They're going to Billund. They take care of it. Flight time 52 minutes. It's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Charlie Echo. 12 years old, first flight March 2014. Hey there Infinity, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Karsten, good afternoon. Now, learning Dutch is one thing, but if you come over to the Netherlands and people hear you're not a native speaker and you try to speak Dutch, the typical Dutch, the typical Dutch person will immediately switch to English. So learning Dutch is one thing, Actually trying to practice it here in the Netherlands if you're not a native speaker is difficult because people will just automatically switch to English. The cloud streets are becoming very apparent. It's one of those days again where looking at where the sea is at, it's almost completely cloudless. Looking more land inward, that's to the east, but to the northeast is where you can see the cloud streets most of all. That's the direction of the wind. The wind is blowing from behind. And you can see the linear cloud formations, the cloud streets. Iceland Airflight 500 arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland, an A321neo. Hey, that's good news, W. W is indicating that there is a Turkish A330 on the way to the Polderbaan. Garya Wisdom is tuning in from Portmore in Jamaica. Welcome to the channel, mate. Nice of you to say hi. Malcolm is tuning in and is wishing us a happy day today. Same to you, mate. Same to you. And Wolfgang is guilty for doing the same. Speaking to a Dutchie in English when he was trying German. It's 12:46. That means that pretty soon the secondary runway for arrivals is going to open up. Airplanes arriving from the east will be assigned to a different runway than the Polderbaan in that hour. It will either be runway 27 or 18C. You guys can already have a look on the Omgevingsinfo website because the traffic to the secondary runway will probably be entering the country already. The first airplanes being assigned to a runway different than the Polderbaan will probably be arriving already. And there we go. I was earlier already mentioning you, Bill Peterson, former A330 pilot for Delta, and again a Peterson who is a big fan of Deltas. We had Mr. E. Peterson in the chat already earlier in the show, and I was mentioning, hey, what is up with the last name Peterson and the affinity you guys have for Delta? And I mentioned you and the other Mr. Peterson as well as examples. Absolutely lovely. Good to see you again, Bill. Hope all is well. And LVNL now shows that 18 right and 18C will be used for landing. Great. That is good news, because if 18C is the secondary runway between 1 and 2 o'clock, that means that the A380 is going to be landing either here or on 18C, and that means we are going to get to see it quite well. Hey, Felix is also back. Felix is tuning in from Argentina. Hola a todos desde Argentina. Hola to you too, Felix. Hope all is well. The sun is shining abundantly here in the west. More clouds land inward. But over here, not a cloud. Well, not a major cloud to see in the vicinity of where the sun is at in the sky. This is Transavia flight 6144 arriving from Alicante. This is a 737, 2 hours and 19 minutes on the way. Karsten is celebrating. Oh, oof, that looked a bit rough. Karsten is celebrating a membership anniversary, 15 months of membership. He writes, thanks for the stream. Have to go online again, gotta work. Mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. 15 months and counting. I hope they've been to your liking. If anything is missing in the lounge in your opinion, let me know what you think needs to be improved and I'll be on it and see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. Now speaking of members, Karsten also went ahead and he gifted 5 memberships just now. You really didn't have to do that, Karsten. Thank you so much for such incredible generosity once again. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Those 5 new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Karsten if you are one of the recipients of his gifted memberships. Have fun with 34 custom emojis that you'll now have at your disposal for a month. Karsten, thank you so much, and a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge to those new members who just received a gifted membership from Karsten. Howdy Petra. Petra is done working and is coming over to relax. Well, sit back and relax, plenty more coming. Turkish in the background, flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul. And here in the foreground an E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 914 arriving from Aberdeen. Whistle, whistle. It also looks like we have crossed through 500 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Your likes really go a long way in bringing in new people, so if you are enjoying the show and you haven't done so already, consider leaving an additional like. It will really help to bring in more people in the future. For a moment I thought that the E2 might be climbing out again, going around, but it took its time. That was a very floaty landing. Well done. Turkish. And according to Flight Radar, looking to break away. I was already looking behind me, but no, that's not the case. Turkish flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Normally speaking, 3 hours on the way, flight time 2 hours 57 minutes. That's ballpark nominal. The Tango, Charlie, Juliet, November, and she is 15 years old. First flight was in April 2011. We have the first airplanes to 18C. Thank you, W, for letting us know. Means that the A380 is also going to be landing on the center runway, and that is good news because we will see it quite well from here. Bada bing, bada boom. Hey, Sander, what up, mate? Pilot Sander is not in the Netherlands. He is traveling the world with his girlfriend and is in Asia. He already sent me some pictures from Beijing, where Air China is still flying 747s, both cargo and passenger. I'm doing well, mate. How's your vacation trip going? Nice of you to drop in. Check it out, we have more people from Down Under. Pilot Sander is now also in Down Under near Alice Springs. Awesome. Spotting at Beijing Capital, Auckland, Christchurch and Brisbane. And soon to be spotting at Perth. Mate, how is your trip going otherwise? Sounds like you're having a great time. It's time for A320 Neos to be coming. One 20 Neo and two A321 Neos following in a row. Binebear asks, can you see departures at all? Well, we're standing at the very north end of the runway area. There are two runways in use, 18 left, and this is what we can see from here. It's really far away. Runway 24 is a bit closer by, but still not the best view. I think Sander already left the Netherlands before the fences at the Polderbaan were erected. I already sent a picture to him. This is what things look like right now, mate. Up until the excrement bridge, there are fences. It's hard to see through the heatwave distortion, but those fences are up until the excrement bridge, the pipe bridge. Luckily over here, everything is still clear. Next up is an A321 Neo from KLM flight 1602 arriving from Rome, and behind it is Air Transat. Long time that we've seen that. Arriving from Toronto in Canada, an A321 Neo crossing the Atlantic. Michael DCA has to go. We'll see you again tomorrow, mate. Thanks for joining us today. 1961 cadeau. Goedemiddag. Already it has been 2 months, mate. You've also been to the Lord of the Rings locations in New Zealand. Nice. Crazy stuff here at the airports. You mean spotting wise or going through customs wise? Bonus Queen is coming. How's the mobile tripod camera setup working for you, Sander? Wolfgang is informing us that the Bonus Queen arriving from Paris is airborne now. Flight time is usually around 45 to 50 minutes, so we should be seeing that before the end of the parallel arrival power hour. Oh yeah, of course. Would have been problematic to even get to Asia in the time of the time that the crisis started. Quite a few people stranded. Hopefully things will have calmed down by the time you're returning back to the Netherlands. Spotting wise. Caught the A321 XLR from Qantas last week at Brisbane Airport. Hey, and also a C-130, nice. It's quite remarkable how many more C-17s have been flying overhead over the Netherlands lately. So much more military aircraft, C-130s on location as well. C-17s mostly, quite a few these days flying overhead. I'm also hearing something overhead right now, but it's not producing a contrail. It does have propellers, I can hear it. I'm not sure, maybe you guys can also hear it on the ambient mic. Oh, ambulance coming this way. The road that is usually a bit further away really comes close by, so you'll hear it, the siren. In the meantime, Air Baltic is arriving from behind. Tattoo, tattoo. Right, next up, Air Baltic, flight 621, arriving from Riga. That's a Bombardier C-Series 300. The twinkling at the 8 o'clock of the next airplane at a respectable distance, an EasyJet arriving from Edinburgh. And again, the E2, the geared turbofan whistle that you also hear on E2 Embraers. Quite a lovely controlled landing. Ah, that was a C-130 hearing overhead. That passed by overhead. Yeah, the KC-135s we also see on occasion. I'm bummed out that I wasn't able to spot the C-130. I was hearing it. And the Hainan 787 outbound Brussels over the airport in a moment. That is usually flying from south to north. Yeah, I think it's I think it is doing an Air Icarus right now, flying in very close proximity to the sun already. Assuming this is it, having climbed up so high already. Yep, that's it. Hainan Chinese Dreamliner arriving, departing from Brussels. Already at an altitude, it's producing a contrail. Next up is going to be Vueling Flight 1375, an A320 arriving from Alicante. Let's have a quick look and see where the airplanes of interest are currently at. Let's open up Flight Radar, have a quick look. So, looking on Flight Radar, we can see that there are 4 airplanes of interest approaching the Netherlands. From the east, we have Emirates, which is probably going to land on the center runway. Cathay Pacific Cargo has just taken off from Paris and is expected here at 1:41. Atlas is arriving from the west, Miami, 2:05 estimated time of arrival, and then another Atlas is arriving around 2:30. Current status quo with respect to the wind. Yes, reload the page. Do I need to verify that I'm a human? Of course I do. The wind 13 knots, still blowing from the southwest, and that means for the airplanes that are landing here, headwind and mostly a bit of crosswind. Few clouds at 3,200 feet, and it's 15 degrees C, roughly 60 F. (15 degrees Celsius and roughly 60 F. Spring-like weather. Ryanair up next. Will they live up to the reputation, or will it be a butter landing instead? Ryanair flight 3006 arriving from Dublin in Ireland, a 737-800. Usually the flight time between Dublin and Amsterdam is around half an hour. Flight time on this flight, 1 hour and a minute nominal. In other words, it's 20 years old already, the 9HQFA. Quebec Foxtrot Alpha. That's interesting. And Sachtler is returning in the 3rd week of July. Before that, 3 more weeks of Australia. After that, Chile, Argentina, Brazil, and some other countries in South America. Poor you. I feel so bad for you. Having to travel to all those countries must be terrible. The food must be horrendous. You must be longing for your return to the Netherlands, where it's always rainy and windy. Enjoy, Sander. Nice of you to drop in and give us an update of how things are. Speaking of departures, this is what we can see from departures from runway 24. So you can zoom in a little and you can sort of make out that this is an A330, or is this a triple? No, it looks like it has winglets. It's not the best view. Now, looky here, we also have bird control over here in the north. It's K1. At least they have spotted me as well, and the occupant of the car is waving back. New K1, new Ranger Raptor. All right. KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Cork in Ireland is next, and after that Air France with an A320 arriving from Paris. The first airplane to the center runway has just turned in and is KLM flight 1754, which is arriving from Hamburg. Oof, I could definitely go for a hamburger right now. Starting to get a little peckish. Hey, and Remy is also back. Good to see you, Remy. Chinghang, goedemorgen, good afternoon. Oh, poor you. Well, I'm not sure if it was because of the taxiway maintenance, Sander, but a couple of weeks back there was a lot of action at the McDonald's. I've been streaming there 3 days in a row. I think it was 2 or 3 weeks back. We had wind from the south. So we had departures from the Aalsmeerbaan, but it was also runway 27 that they kept open as secondary runway. So you had departures from 18 left, and then if that closed down, the departures from runway 27 began again. In other words, constant action, and that 3 days in a row leads me to conclude once again that Schiphol has too many runways and that they should, for instance, close the Polderbaan or the center runway indefinitely. Makes it more interesting at the other locations. It was great to be there again. But yeah, the exception to the rule, because most of the time the runways there are either closed or only open temporarily as secondary runway for either arrivals or departures. Finlay just spotted an Emirates A380 overhead in Germany. Or is it the Emirates that is also coming this way, flight 147? Well, if you're back in the Netherlands, Sander, do hit me up. Looking forward to speaking to you again in real life. I hope I hope that the fences at the Polderbaan will have gone by then. Though I am afraid it might take a while. Had a look on the internet the other day and I saw that the entire sewage replacement project is still expected to last until the end of this calendar year. Now I'm not sure if that means including the replacement of the pipes and also getting rid of all the stuff. But it looks like we still are going to have the excrement bridge here for some time to come. No! Hey, gefeliciteerd, congratulations Sander, who proposed to his girlfriend and she said yes, so she is my fiance now. Mate. Congratulations Sander, gefeliciteerd kerel. Hartstikke leuk. Getting married in the summer of 2027, so more things ahead in the summer of 2027. Nice. This is EasyJet flight 27888, arrived from Palma de Mallorca. It's an A320 Neo. In the meantime, parallel arrivals have begun, ladies and gentlemen. The first airplane to the center runway is arriving from Hamburg. And there it is. The Emirates A380 is most likely going to land on this runway that this 737 is flying towards. Means we are still able to see it quite well. What a trip! What a trip, Sander! I'm always curious, did anybody other than you knew about your plans to propose already beforehand, or was it a complete surprise to everybody? Right, the next airplane arriving on the Polderbaan is turning in and is still pretty far away. That gives us a good moment to look at some of the traffic that is coming to the center runway. It's all 737s right now. But the next airplane after this is probably going to be KLM flight 1800 arriving from Düsseldorf, JD's hometown. Oh, Frank. Abort, abort, abort. No, Captain, I said a bird. And yeah, absolutely right, Bill. We do have taxi bot tests here at Schiphol every now and then. I'm not sure what the current status quo is with respect to the actual implementation of these taxi bots. We have seen on a few occasions that still manned taxi bots, but the people occupying the taxi bots were just monitoring that a few airplanes were taxied to the Polderbaan area where they would start their engines and would actually do the rest of the taxi. Where? There. Was also looking at the chat. Sander wrote she didn't expect it and I bought a ring in the Netherlands so my parents knew. Ah, okay. A small circle of people you confided in. Well, absolutely lovely, mate. Congratulations again. I'm happy for you and for your fiance. Looking forward to seeing you again in real life again in a few months from now. Still a few months on the way. And it's been 2 months already. By the time you'll come back, the sewage pipe renewal has been completed, and they'll have started with another hindering project here at Schiphol. Knowing Schiphol. Yep, and the bonus queen is arriving from Paris. Cathay Cargo 7478 underway. So I miscalculated. I initially wrote in the pinned comment 6 747s, but that was including a Silkway that landed right as I was still setting up. I miscalculated the time of arrival of that one. Should have said 5. Luckily, due to the bonus 747 arriving from Paris, it now once again is 6 747s in today's stream. At least, assuming I'm going to stay here until 2:30. But with the current weather, why not? It's a pity we don't have more viewers. It's always a bit calm on a Thursday. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. It really helps to bring in more people in the future who are also looking forward to seeing 747s. I think this might be Finnair on the outbound. That landed here as I was setting up. Finnair A380. Yep. Going back to bloody Helsinki in Finland. Next up, Air France flight 1740, arriving from Paris. It's an A320. After that, we have an E2 Embraer 195, arriving from Toulouse with nothing to lose. A little bit of reverser being deployed there. Now, earlier we saw a few ducklings, 8 and Daisy Duck. Right now the canal is once again empty. It's just a few ripples in the water, but we do know that ducks do reside here. Gary Grebe we've also seen. Hey, and the food truck has arrived. Fresh fish. More crabby goodness. No, that's lobster. Well, even though it is not vegetarian, I am. Could definitely go for a little bit of brunch. KLM flight 1450 is arriving from Toulouse. E2 Embraer 195. You'll hear that whistle again when it passes by here in a moment. Is that Fidel Castro? Was that Fidel Castro or... Looks like it. Hey! Disve 3391 writes in Dutch, nice to see my landing. Greetings from the Cargolux crew. That is tremendous. Here we have one of the 2 remaining SkyTeam liveried airplanes in KLM's fleet. The other being an Embraer 190. This is the PHBXO. It's a 737-900. And it is returning from Munich today, flight 1852. Hey Sertec, good afternoon. Rakete 88, good to see you again. Herzlich willkommen. Dutch Aviation Live, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at the north end of Polderbaan, where parallel arrivals have begun. We've seen 3 747s, of which 2 landed here on the Polderbaan. The first landing of the show, the first 747 landing of the show, was actually quite spectacular. The wind at the time was pretty fierce and the pilots were battling. Cargo lugs that landed here just now did not seem to have that much wind or trouble with the wind. White tip nosed, nose-tipped A321neo KLM flight 1032 arriving from Chester. Not sure if you're watching Ian McPherson, but the automated monthly PayPal donation just came in. Hope you are still watching and are still okay with the automated donation. Thank you so much again, Ian. Ian McPherson is one of few people who automatically donates via PayPal, actually. It now happened as I was streaming, so that gives me a good opportunity to say thank you again in live, while live. We're waiting now for the next airplane of interest. It should be another 747, and I think it's the bonus queen that is going to be arriving here first. Took off from Paris not too long ago, is underway now, and I think it's going to be the next 747 to be arriving here. Let's have a quick look in a moment. First up, an E2 Embraer arriving from Geneva, flight 1932. W confirming what we already suspected, the A380 assigned to center. But that is pretty good considering it could also have been runway 27 that they opened up as secondary runway. It means that the A380 is going to be visible when we will see it. Ah yeah, it's the A380 is going to be first and then it's going to be the bonus queen. Quick look of Flight Radar will tell us the following story. The A380 is already in Dutch airspace, as is the Cathay Cargo 747 bonus queen arriving from Paris. This will probably be landing on the Polderbaan, and this has been assigned to the center runway. 3 minutes between their ETAs. That's interesting. Maybe a parallel arrival. Flying just west of London and expected shortly after 2 o'clock is an Atlas Air arrival from Miami, and now over southwest Ireland with an ETA of 228 is another Atlas Air arriving from Miami, Florida. If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more to see here, and we're going to catch them all just like Pokemon. If you're enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It helps tremendously to bring in more people in the future. The more the merrier. And if you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. There's no such thing as a stupid question. And many people are watching. Together they know quite a lot. And this is how your mobile toilet gets transported. So now we know. You learn something new every day. Cathay to Zwanenburg? What? Is the Cathay going to the wrong runway? But why? What are they doing? Bonus Queen is going to the wrong runway. They've done that before on a few occasions. Wide bodies that would normally have been assigned to this runway being directed to a different runway. I'm still not sure why they do that. But it is pretty annoying. this morning as well with, let's see, an A330, a Dreamliner, I think also Delta. This is KLM flight 1640, arriving from Turin, Embraer 175. Martin Air is also back in the chat. Goedemiddag Martin, good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. So, a bit disappointing that the bonus queen is going to the wrong runway. Still, we should be able to see it quite well from here. If you can see the details on the 737 here. Should also be able to make out some details and see the 747 and the A380 pretty well from here. Still, a mighty big shame indeed it is, Sander. Hey, Sander has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Sander. Enjoy, and we'll see you again soon. Take care, mate, and congratulations again. Hey, Servus Alois, who is tuning in from Vienna. Nice. Herzlich willkommen. Alois tuning in all the way from Vienna. This is EasyJet arriving from London Stansted, an A320neo, flight 27858. Will do, Sander, you too. Little tippy toey. But nothing out of the ordinary. Embraer 190s to both runways right now, flying parallel to one another. An Embraer 190 arriving from Nantes on the glide slope to the Polderbaan, and one arriving from Gdansk in Poland, going to center. Hey, what a coincidence. We saw the BXO, and now within, what is it, 10 minutes or so, the second airplane. So two airplanes in the SkyTeam livery in KLM's fleet, an Embraer 190 and a 737-900. The 900 we already saw, and this is the Embraer 190. So that's your entire SkyTeam livery fleet within, yeah, what was it, maybe 10 minutes ago? Here we have number 190 flying on behalf of KLM. Is that German Airways? Hard to see. I think it is. Dreamliner arriving from Rio de Janeiro next after this. It's not even German Airways, it is Air France flying on behalf of KLM. Makes you wonder if Air France has enough Embraer 190s left to cater their own flights. Let's quickly turn back. KLM Flight 706, first wide body in the wall. Dreamliner arriving from Rio de Janeiro. It is a 787-10. Flight time has been 10 hours and 25 minutes. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Quebec. It's a brand new airplane, first flight July 2025. Quick sip of vodka, just a small glass. Big picture overview. This is looking in the direction of the south. You can see that there are more low clouds now, friendly clouds, cumulus clouds, looking in the direction of the Gulf of Yorkshire, west. And the Gulf of Yorkshire, as the crow flies, is maybe 10-15 miles away from here. Everything is looking much more open. A typical pattern that you see this time of year, looking land inward to the east, more clouds. The direction of the wind is from behind, because this is how the cloud streets are lined up. Means that the wind is coming from behind. And another ambulance. Or... oh, that's a police vehicle, I think. Yep, most definitely police. But that's not regular police. Adriane Kruger, goedemiddag. En groetjes terug, lieve knuffels. That is so sweet. Hey, and Klaas is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Klaas. Goedemiddag, welcome back. This is KLM Flight 1176 arriving from Stavanger. It's number 190. 1 hour 11 minutes on the way. 16 years old. Right, where's the bonus queen? The bonus queen is in the vicinity. It's passing me by right now, according to flight radar. Oh yeah, there it is. The bonus queen getting away from us. You bastard. There's the Cathay Cargo 7478 arriving from Paris, but alas, going to the wrong runway, apparently. Favorite Welling in the meantime, landing here, flight 8312. The Emirates A380 is in the meantime on final to runway center. Hey Issy, good to see you again. Perfectly in time for the Emirates A380, which is on final now to runway center, and I'm looking around. Think it ought to be over there somewhere. Oh, Gary Grieve is here as well. Once again, proof that he is here and not just the ducks. I think it's over there. I think that is it. All right, yeah. The gear is extending. The outer main gear comes out first. Then comes the inner main gear. And then all the hatches will close again. We're in that stage again at the moment. Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. Before the geopolitical things changed, it used to fly 6.5 hours to Amsterdam and then land. That whistle should tell you it is either one of two airplane types, an E2 Embraer or an A220. This is Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai, 7 hours and 45 minutes on the way. And this is the Alpha 6 EDY, Echo Delta Yankee. First flight was in April 2012, makes it 14 years old. Howdy Johan, who is tuning in from Vietnam. Mary Naomi, good afternoon. Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai, going to the wrong runway. But at least from here we get to see it. It is nice to see that this is at least one of the airplanes that have the ribbon tail on the back. The one that we already have in the lounge for members for such a long time. The updated standard livery with the ribbon. It's nice to see that this one is looking the part. It's still going to the wrong runway, and that is a shame. Now, the 747-8 that was arriving from the west is also going to the center runway. I'm looking to see if there's a runway inspection in progress. Don't see anything happening just yet. What a bloody shame. Peter is leaving. Thanks for joining, Peter, and hopefully see you again soon. Is Kivit 1 on the runway? Hard to see from here. Might well be the case. From where I am standing, it is really hard to see if there's a car on the runway on the south side, but wouldn't be surprised. Don't see why the 747 would otherwise go to the center runway. Still, there are 2 Atlases underway from Miami, which ordinarily would be landing here on the Polderbaan. I'm still confident we'll get to see them. Definitely a runway inspection of sorts in progress. BA behind the Cathay is also going to the wrong runway. Mwap, 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 says Jendrosek. He means... Or no, this one. First Atlas, Polderbaan confirmed. Fanblade says, thanks for letting us know, mate. That's good news. The next 747 is expected in 20 minutes from now, and that is one of 2 cargo, no, not cargo lux, Atlases arriving from Miami. So this is Cathay Pacific Cargo, flight 2014, bonus queen, arriving from Paris, the Bravo Lima Juliet Charlie, 12 years old, first flight June 2013. Cliff is watching AMS live while on an airplane. That is incredible. What flight are you on, Cliff? Good to see you again. And thank you, Ramon, who writes in Dutch. You do shoot them beautifully. Compliments for that. Well, my pleasure. Doing the best I can. Yeah. It's not a waterproof camera, but at least it is a decent camera. Together with the tripod, which is also pretty decent. You can get a long way already. Cliff is on Southwest 2022 Columbus, Ohio to Dallas, Texas. Good. Have a good flight, mate. You might be able to hear some bird noises. That's the sound effects emanating from the bird controller pickup truck. Now, usually the bird control checking the runway is an indication that the other runway is going to close pretty soon. The center runway, now acting as secondary runway for arrivals, on paper should be open between 1 and 2 o'clock. It's now 1:43. It might be indicative that this runway inspection was taking place. That center is going to close a few minutes earlier. Through the trees, companies and a few houses. It's an isolated, have a look on Google Maps and you'll see that this whole strip of mostly companies, it's called Boesengenlieden, and it is actually it's nested in between the provincial road over here where the tractor is on And then where the truck is driving in the background, that's the A9 highway. So they're locked in. It's a bit of no man's land, actually. Quite remarkable. It doesn't seem to have any shops or anything. They probably need to do their shopping somewhere in the vicinity here. And you're right, Bill. K1 is dedicated to bird control. All the Ks, all the K pickup trucks, and there's one van that's H. That's the exception to the rule. But all the K pickup trucks designated K have the nickname Kievit, and that's, what was it again in English? It's a bird's name, and they are all dedicated bird control. So we now have 5 of them, K1 through 5. They're all Ford Ranger Raptors, with the exception of what is these days called K5. That used to be K1. And if you look at that truck, you'll see that the license plate of what is now dubbed K5 actually still says K1. And the 5 has a different color. It's a different color sticker. So we have 5 pickup trucks dedicated to bird control here at Schiphol Airport, K1 through 5. And there's a van, H1 I think it is. That's also bird control. 24/7, 365. This is KLM flight 1006, arriving from London Heathrow. Ordinarily it would have been assigned to this runway. Because of the runway inspection, it's still going to the center runway, but the inspection seems to be over. So I am expecting that the runway is going to open up again soon. We'll have to see. Class has to go back to work. See you later, class, and see you again soon. W says that the CKB 747 KLM cargo is taking off to Hong Kong from runway 24. Is it lined up already, or how soon will it take off? I'm looking at the E2 Embraer arrival from Bilbao. I'm thinking it might turn in and become the first airplane to Kaagbaan again. Kaagbaan. It is remarkable how consistently I keep calling this the Kaagbaan when I'm here and keep calling the Kaagbaan the Polderbaan when I'm there. Of course, we're talking about the Polderbaan. Yeah, where is that E2 Embraer? Yep, you can see it turning final. So Polderbaan has reopened again. And I'm wondering for how much longer the central runway is going to stay open. Probably not too long. I wonder if the E2 Embraer arriving from Florence, it does seem to be a bit high. I wonder if the E2 Embraer arriving from Florence is already coming to the Polderbaan. I think it might be. I think that's the CKB turning away, having taken off from runway 24 on its way to Hong Kong. Yep, that does look like a blue 747, doesn't it? Indeed, Marinomi, the consistency is key. So yeah, for those of you wondering what we can see of departures from here, this was a departure from the relatively closest by runway of the 2 that are that have been in use today. And Sean is tuning in from Houston. Good to see you then, Sean. Welcome to the channel. Sarah has to go and is going to start her day. Thank you for joining us today, Sarah. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again tomorrow or in the weekend. Weather forecast for the upcoming few days looks to be okay. There is some rain expected, I think, on Saturday, but that is at least yesterday it was expected for the afternoon. So I hope my normal streaming hours in the upcoming days are going to be dry or mostly dry. I'm looking forward to doing another 4-stream weekend. Though I'm yet unsure about the wind and where I'll be going to when. And I was wrong about the runway maybe having closed already. The E2 Embraer arriving from Florence is still on final. So they're probably going to keep it open until 2, just like normal. SAS probably also going there. This is the KLM arriving from Gothenburg. In the meantime, our next wide body is on final. It's KLM flight 792. Arriving from Sao Paulo. And there it is. Apple Flaps, welcome back. KLM flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo. It's a 777-300ER. The PHB VI. 13 years old, first flight June 2012. Hey, and there's a business jet arriving from Luton. Flying just a little bit to the southeast of the 747. Gear is extending on the 777. And this is going back to the top end of optical zoom. BizJet arriving from London Luton is approaching the coastline. Globe Air Cessna Citation Mustang. That's probably going to pass overhead, not too far away from here, and is going to be landing on runway 22 most likely. Somewhere behind this triple should be Iberia arriving from Madrid. I think, yeah, the twinkling just right left of the lantern. Don't know what it is today, but it's been quite difficult to see the airplanes further up ahead, even though visibility is good. Either way, it doesn't matter. Most important thing is that we can see the airplanes when they are within visual range. KLM flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo. The BizJet is also approaching, and let's see, that looks to be crossing north of me, so I need to look to my 10 o'clock. Am I able to see something yet? No. BizJet is going to pass overhead behind this 777. EJ Entertainment asks, what food and drinks do you take with you for an average stream? Food, none. Drinks, a liter of vodka if it's not too warm, 2 liters of vodka if it is warmer, 3 liters of vodka if I have Lisa with me and it is warm. Sometimes if I am not able to have espresso in the morning, I'll have a thermos of coffee with me, but I usually try not to take filter coffee because it's more liquid that has to get out at some point as well. So no food with me. I'm sort of intermittent fasting all year round. Means that my last meal was yesterday evening before going to bed, and I'll have my first meal of the day when I get home. Works a treat. If you get used to that rhythm, it is very easy. You don't get hungry, and in my case, that's particularly good because it also means I'm not going to get a headache. Iberia up next, and behind it in the distance should be the 747 from Atlas. Yes, there it is. It already has the gear out as it is turning final. Now, unfortunately for Iberia, the fate of narrow bodies following preceding wide bodies, preceding quad-engined airplanes is that they usually don't get much love. There does seem to be a bit more spatial separation between the two. So I'm thinking, since the gear is already out and it is still pretty far away, we might as well have a quick look and see how Iberia is landing. Sort of testing the waters ahead of our 747. Flight 737, they too have those flight numbers that are similar to airplane types, flown by different airplane types. So flight 737 is now the Boeing 737 but an A320neo. And indeed, Frank, Greece is bliss, you on vodka, a lot of piss. Let's quickly turn back. The next 747 of the show, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. Atlas Air arriving from Miami, Florida. Flight 5528, a 747-400, 8 hours and 11 minutes underway. The airplane is 26 years old. Its first flight was in April 2000. It's the November 412 Mike Charlie. Now let me see, this is the fifth 747 of the show and the third one to be landing here on the Polderbaan. The very first 747 landing this morning was quite spectacular. One of the few airplanes that was really struggling with the wind at the time of landing. It's been calmer since. Staring you straight in the face. Yep, other than that first 747, no other airplanes seem to be struggling with the wind as much as it did this morning. Right, Saudia Dreamliner is approaching. Is that going to center, or is the Saudia Flight 215 coming our way? I already have the answer. Saudia is still going to the center runway. One of the last airplanes probably. Saudia Flight 215. Arriving from Jeddah, 7879 Dreamliner. Now, luckily for us, it's only the old standard livery, the beige, pretty bland. If it was the new one, the white with the green stripe, Would have been a bit more disappointing. Jendrusik says, I finally got an answer from my colleague, his Greek colleague, where he would ask the question, is Greece really bliss or is it just nonsense? He mentioned Greece is on the number 81 of happy countries, so he doubts the bliss and named it reverse psychology tourist marketing. Let me see if I can understand that. But if you were to apply reverse psychology, wouldn't you want to call it hell or something so that people would go there? Greece is bliss. If that's reverse psychology, I would think, oh well, if they say it's bliss, it's probably not bliss, so let's not go there. Anyway, it's good that we have an answer. Greece's bliss is probably just utter nonsense, as we suspected. Saudi is going to center. Flight 215, arriving from Jeddah, 7879 Dreamliner. 5 hours and 39 minutes on the way. The Hazard 23. 8 years old, first flight April 2018. Indeed, Hellas. That's right. Old Greek, new best. Hellas on Earthos. Right, let's have a quick look of Flight Radar. There's one more 747 underway and it should be here within half an hour or so from now. Quick look to see where it is in the sky, and it is still over England on its way to Norwich. Says it's going to be here in half an hour from now or so. We'll find out soon enough. It's 2 o'clock right now. If all is well, Polderbaan once again catering to all the inbound traffic. Up next is EasyJet flight 27890 arriving from Malaga. That's the A320 Neo. Or is it a regular? No, it's an A320 Neo. Arriving from Malaga, 2 hours and 38 minutes on the way, 2 years old, first flight June 2023. Easy peasy, walk in the park. Why did I make that Greek pun? just cause. Nice one, Milky. All roads lead to Greece. Oh man. Keep them coming. I always enjoy banter like that. I think I'm not the only one. Let's see, we have KLM flight 1466 arriving from Marseille in France. Up next, 737-800. Flight time has been 1 hour and 33 minutes. It's the Papa Hotel. Bravo X-Ray Echo, 25 years old, first flight April 2000. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Trondheim is going to be next after that. We have an A321neo arriving from Nice, which is nice. We do have more A321neos from Transavia also following. 3 A321neos back to back by the looks of it in a moment. KLM and 2 Transavias. It seems that we've crossed through 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to hear you guys are enjoying. And if you are enjoying the show and you haven't done so already, consider adding to the likes if you want to help this channel grow. It is a lovely day, a lot to see. Plenty room for more viewers in the future. Next up is an E2 Embraer 195. KLM flight 1152 arriving from Trondheim. It should be turning in from the right. Though I am struggling to see it. It should be on final. Alright, is the cloud in the way or what? Oh wait, no, it's still approaching. So we probably need to look a bit more. Still not seeing it. Oh wait, no. Haha, there it is. KLM flight 1152, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Trondheim. Watch your 6, Rudolf says. I already spotted the truck. There he is. Yes, little delay. Stefan Tudor has to go. Now, let's see. Mostly narrow bodies for the time being. I think I remember why I usually stop streaming after the A380 has landed. It's narrow bodies o'clock, but there is still one 747 underway, and that should be landing here pretty soon. It's being preceded by a 777 arriving from Mexico and is not too far behind. It is being followed by another 777. Now I am going to wrap up after the 747 has landed. Should be out again tomorrow. Splitter154 says, first time seeing your coverage, great stuff, added bonus, 747s too. Yeah, we do get them here at Schiphol every now and then, and lately it has been rather busy on Thursdays with inbound 747s. The weekends have gotten quite calm in that respect lately. On Thursdays, the A340-600 from Suriname also arrives. This morning it arrived early already. So tomorrow it should be leaving again for Suriname, and it should be landing here again on Schiphol on Saturday. Martin says, thanks for filming my landing. Good work as always. Which landing was that, Martin? Bill Peterson also has to go. Thank you for joining us today, Bill. Enjoy the rest of your day and see you again soon. And a wave to Ilgin, who is waving to us. We're waiting for the A321neo next to arrive here, arriving from Nice, which is nice. KLM flight 1476. The next 747 and final airplane of the day is underway, crossing the Gulf of Yorkshire. It should be here at around 2:30. Federazione Italiana Gioco Calci says groetjes van WVS, groetjes terug. Ah, the EasyJet from Palma an hour ago. There you go. It's time for Transavia A321neos. One arriving from Malaga, one arriving from Lisbon. Here's Transavia flight 6116 already. A321neo. Behind it should be flight 5954, arriving from Malaga. Trying to see if I can spot it already. No luck. Even though the backdrop is blue and now have a look on Flight Radar, ladies and gentlemen. It is A321neos galore. So the closest to the airport are Transavia A321neos. Egypt Air is arriving from Cairo with an A321neo. Look in the southwest of the country, Transavia arriving from Marrakesh. That's an A321neo. Look to the east, a Transavia A321neo arriving from Heraklion. And then an A320neo from EasyJet arriving from Prague. It is A321neos o'clock by the looks of it. And I see that Gilberto is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Mohammed says hello. Hello, Mohammed. And welcome to the show. Welcome to all the others who may have joined in the meantime as well. If you joined us already, a few 747s have landed. You may have missed them. The Orange Flight landed earlier. It also was earlier in the morning. The A380 also landed, but there is still one more 747 that is expected. This is Transavia flight 6116 arriving from Malaga, an A321neo. Flight time 2 hours and 35 minutes. The airplane is brand new. It's the Papa Hotel Yankee Hotel Echo. First flight July 2025. Hi. Een paar uurtjes. Zeker. Wat zeg je?
Ik was net even in de buurt daar, het Zwanenburg.
Ah ja.
Spelmakerlijn.
Ja.
Gaan even langs.
Even kijken. Hoe heet je? Milan. Nou, welkom. Milan has arrived here as well. He was at the other runway, saw that I was live and decided to come over. Have a look here as well. Heb je hem gezien? Okay, so he was lucky to see the A380 land on center. We could see it from here. At least it landed somewhere over here, another runway 27, which was the secondary runway for arrivals earlier in the morning. Pompey, Jimmy, good afternoon. Better late than never, mate. Mohammed is asking if there are planes coming from Beirut to Amsterdam. That's a good question. I have no idea if there are regular flights between Beirut and Amsterdam. Me neither. I don't think there are. You probably have to fly indirectly. Gilberto says, boy, if tomorrow you're going to stream and your devices have enough focus, please capture my takeoff in Bergamo. Oh yeah, sure, no problem, mate. Easy peasy. That's not going to be a problem whatsoever. Second mobile toilet being transported that we see today. It's a miracle stream. We see that we've seen that now for 2 times already. Mobile toilets on the move. So yeah, A321neos fast for the time being. We have Transavia flight 5954 arriving from Lisbon. An A321neo being followed by an A321neo by Egypt Air, which is arriving from Cairo. Have a look at Flight Radar, you can see that the next 747, which is also going to be the last airplane for today's show, is approaching. It's flying over the Gulf of Yorkshire. Before it is KLM flight 686, which is arriving from Mexico. That's a 777-200. I think before that is going to land here, we'll also get to see another A321neo arriving from Marrakesh in Morocco. Bulls for bowels, indeed. Well said, Paul. Spotted that this is the newest livery, the updated livery. The font is more bold and the engine casings and the tail are green with the exception of the Transavia logo, which is white. It's a subtle upgrade, but if you know where you need to look for it, you'll see it right away. Naomi has to sign off. See you tomorrow. You'll have a great day too, mate. And Rob Lerp also has to go. See you tomorrow. People are all signing off. It's a shame because there is still a 747 underway. But it is still a Thursday. All the more reason that if you guys are enjoying the show, that you don't forget to leave a like, because it will help the algorithm to bring in more people who haven't heard of the channel yet, but who might also be wanting to join us in future streams. Well, no need to say what airplane type this is. It's Egypt Air flight 757 arriving from Cairo, a flight that has lasted 4 hours and 13 minutes. Registration is Sierra Uniform Golf Foxtrot and then Victor. It's a 2-year-old airplane, first flight July 2023. Right, now looking at... Oh, that's a big lens. check this lens out. How many millimeters of focal length does your lens have? 600. That should be more than enough to make good close-up pictures from here. Yeah, well, 600 should cover most of what you need over here. Martin, good afternoon. and touchdown. We're slowly but surely approaching the end of the stream with the KLM Dreamliner, no, 777 arriving from Mexico, preceding the last airplane of today's show, which is going to be the 6th 747 of today's show. Atlas Air, yeah, 6. We had 5 in the stream, and a 6th came from Paris. Unfortunately, it went to the center runway. Cathay Pacific Cargo, yeah. Normally speaking, it would have landed here, but ATC did not want to cooperate today, unfortunately. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, normally speaking. Yeah, normally speaking, it would have gone to the Polderbaan, but they were going to do a runway inspection at the time. We're waiting for the next traffic to be arriving. There are 3 competitors on their way, and yeah, which one will arrive here first remains to be seen. Big picture overview, the cloud streets are still visible. The camera is now pointing away from the wind is blowing from behind. We're pointing the camera to the northeast, the wind is blowing from the northwest. Looking a bit further land inward to the east, this is what it looks like. Friendly clouds over here. Classical cirrus over there in the sky. At the horizon you can see the low clouds that are forming more land inward. A nice linear formation of clouds over there. Another cloud street, as we call them in Dutch. This is looking to the south. At the horizon, milkiness, more milky murkiness up in the sky. At the horizon, further to the south. And this is looking to the west. Monopod, 600mm camera lens and blue sky all over. A few friendly clouds and surfs up in the canal over here. Jamie is wondering what the arrival time of the 747 is. Let's have a quick look at Flight Radar. You can see it arriving. It is now expected to land here at 2:36, so in 15 or so minutes from now. Dutch, me, myself and I is wondering where the 747 will be going to. Not to the Kaagbaan. Why would it go to the Kaagbaan? They'll land with tailwind over there. Kaagbaan is going to be used for departures. And the 747 is most likely going to be landing here. Russell Crowe is here as well. Now most of the cronies are more further to the south. The excrement bridge and the fences over there. Let's see, the Transavia A321 Neo to Schiphol. What is happening here? That is... Oh nee, dankjewel. I'm wondering where the Transavia arriving from Marrakesh is going to go to. It's flying at 1700 feet. That is weird. So check it out. The Transavia is right over there. Already pretty low in the sky. Here it is. If it's coming for the Polderbaan, it's going to be a record length short approach. And the 747 is confirmed for the Polderbaan. Thank you, Paul, for letting us know. Now, this is Transavia, flight 5752, arriving from Marrakesh, which is in Morocco in the north of Africa. The gear is out. And I am wondering if it is going to turn final for the Polderbaan. If it is, I'm going to want to be turned in the other direction so that the camera cables don't get tangled. But yeah, it's turning final. Have a look at this. Don't think I've ever seen any airplane turning final for the Polderbaan so close by. This is rather special. Zooming out, you can see just how close this airplane is. Transavia flight 5752 A321neo arriving from Marrakesh, doing a really close by final turn. Yeah, well, there you go. Don't think I don't recall having seen them turning final so close by to the runway, but there you go. Hey, and Steven is also back. Oh no, that's not Steven, it's JP Kraus. I thought JPN, but JP Kraus. All those JPs. So yeah, that's also possible. Must be a Funchal rated pilot, says Wolfgang. Or a former naval pilot. Used to flying, landing on airplane carriers. Kabul style approach, dodging ground fire. Yeah, I agree with you there, Frank. Typical fighter pilot approach.
Did you watch that high-tech compilation?
Yeah. One too many. He saw one too many Kai-Tak compilations from back in the day. The old checkerboard approach. Right, Atlas is approaching the coastline, and this is KLM flight 686 arriving from Mexico City. Nine hours and 42 minutes away. 777-200 the Papa Hotel, Bravo Quebec Hotel. 21 years old. First flight September 2004. And a couple of wide bodies that are following this airplane. And pretty soon, the last airplane, the 747 from Atlas, arriving from Miami, Florida. Splash, which maybe the ambient microphone picked up. That was probably a fish. At the 7 o'clock of the triple, the next airplane arriving, and that's a Transavia. You guessed it, A321neo. Turn late, soon to the gate. You're absolutely right, Wolfgang. Absolutely right. Now, left of us, there should be a 747 approaching via the Gulf of Yorkshire. Just quickly glancing over my shoulder to see if maybe I'm able to catch something, but no luck today. Well, Atlas is approaching the coastline. I think it might still be a little bit too far away for us to see from here. I am continuously glancing over my left shoulder to see if maybe I can spot something resembling a 747. Should be out there somewhere at our 9 to 10 o'clock, but really not lucky today with seeing those airplanes far away. I think I still miss a frame of reference that I have built up at the excrement bridge. Still, it should be landing here pretty soon. Transavia flight 6872 up next, arriving from Heraklion in Greece, which is no bliss, we know now for a fact. Behind it is the next airplane approaching. Flight time 3 hours 18 minutes for this one. Twinjet control coming this way, east to west, and will be passing by just a little bit south of me, I think. Blue engines, nothing to see otherwise. If I had to guess, I'd say United. United triple, maybe? Next up, EasyJet A320neo. Not an A321neo, but an A320neo, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. 1 hour 11 minutes on their way. The OELSU, 2 years old, first flight March 2024. Now, immediately following the 747-8, there is a 777-200 arriving from Salt Lake City. It's probably going to land immediately after the 747-8, so might as well film that landing as well. And then call it a day. Artemis 3. Now, it was a United 777. If it's not Lufthansa that you see overhead over here, it is either Delta or United or Air Canada oftentimes. And the occasional triple, no, Dreamliner from Hainan to, from Brussels to China. Yes, here we go. Now it's a breather from the A320 family. It's two 737s back to back. The second one turning in over there. And the Atlas 747 should already be behind somewhere. Now where? Where, oh where, oh where is that 747? I think that the clouds are blocking our view of it. Right, there's the 747. Now finally visible, being preceded by a 737 from KLM arriving from Milan. That is not going to get much love here today. We're going to keep the camera focused on the 747 that has the gear out already. Last 747 of the show, the 6th of the show. Incredible how many we've seen today already. Although more could have gone to the right runway instead of the wrong runway. Atlas flight 5219, a 7478 arrival from Miami, Florida. Ambulance right next to us. Or no, well, yeah, it's probably one of those cars that drives general practitioners around if they are on duty. Okay, left flight 1616 is passing by over here. You'll pick up the sound in a moment. We're keeping the camera focused on Atlas. Atlas Air arrived from Miami, Florida. 8 hours, 11 minutes on the way. Flight 5219. It is a 7478 freighter. The November 868 Gin Tonic. 10 years old, first flight June 2015. And there's the 777 arriving from Salt Lake City, 777-200, KLM flight 610. Hoping for a go around. We've not seen any. Well, maybe one airplane that came close to maybe going around. It was, I think, an E2 Embraer that was really floaty, and we were wondering, is it going to touch down or if it's going to climb out again? But it did touch down eventually. And ever since the first 747, no other airplanes in this stream have struggled as much with the wind as that one did this morning. A little bit of reversers there. Yeah, nice. Last airplane of the day, KLM flight 610, arriving from Salt Lake City in Utah. 777-200. KLM flight 610. Flight time has been 8 hours and 44 minutes. The PHBQD, Bravo Quebec Delta. 22 years old, first flight December 2003. Right. That was the last airplane for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Is that Harry Heron? Oh no, that's a sign. Thought maybe it was the straight neck of Harry. Massive big thanks for all of you for joining me here today. Hopefully I'll be out again tomorrow, weather permitting, but it should be good for tomorrow and for Saturday and Sunday as well. Massive big thanks for everybody who supported in other ways than just liking the chat by super chatting, super stickering, or becoming a member. Thanks for the gifted memberships and other forms of support. Moderators, also a big thanks for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to everybody. Hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow. Don't forget to leave a like on your way out if you haven't done so already. And I'll see you tomorrow. Take care and stay safe. See you soon.